All right. Let me take a female from this place. Ifua Emilia.
All right, sir. Curriculum. It refers to all the learning experience that is planned and directed by the school to attain its educational goal. This is what I know.
If Ifia, please reposition yourself and start over.
All right. Please, I said a curriculum. It refers to all the teaching and learning experience that is planned and directed by the school to attain its educational goal.
Okay.
All right.
Then how about this? Gideon, you can speak. You are
Okay.
listening. Gideon.
So, curriculum is a set of educational experiences or learning objectives that is intended to guide teaching and learning process in a specific program.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your submission. I have Janet over here.
Yes. Now, curriculum is a course of study that involves all the activities both in the classroom and outside the class.
All right. Okay. That's fine. Thank you very much. Let me go to this Tampori. If the pronunciation is wrong, please forgive me. Tampori.
Yes, Doc. Curriculum typically includes learning objectives, course content, teaching methods, and assessment techniques that the teacher uses in his classroom. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Let me take the last two, then we begin. Okay, Joseph. Let me take Joseph.
Joshua.
I can see Joseph over here. I can see Joseph and I can see Joshua as well. But I'm referring to Joseph. Okay, if Joseph is not ready, Joshua, you can take over.
Okay, yes,
As
I'm
well.
ready.
All right.
Oh, okay, so I'll also define curriculum as a series of experience that one undergoes through in a school, which comprises both in and extra activities within the school.
Joshua, I'll be happy if you reposition yourself. Your network is breaking.
We have modules.
Please, is it okay now?
Okay.
So I was saying that curriculum is a series of experience.
Okay. Speak and let's hear.
Okay.
Okay. Curriculum is a series of experience. That's all right.
That
That
one
is
goes
what I heard.
through. Yeah, a
Okay.
series of experiences that one goes through in a school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right. Let me take the last person. Helen will be the last person.
Okay. So
Hello.
yes, curriculum is a set of plans, lessons, and subjects in an educational system that shapes the entire experience of a course. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your submission. Meaning, what you're going to discuss, we already have the bit of idea of it, what the curriculum is, a set of instructions, learning from experiences, set of goals planned by schools or organization. All that you said is fine and it's all right too. I want to begin by sharing my screen. Um, a minute. Please, can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Please, yes.
You can see my screen.
Yes, I can see it.
All right. What about the rest? Concept of the curriculum. That is
Yes.
what is on my
Yes,
screen.
we can see. We
Yeah,
can
I
see.
can see
We
it.
we can
Concept
see.
is
Please, I'm not seeing
referring
the screen, please.
to two outputs.
We can
I'm
see.
not seeing either.
Please, those who cannot see, refresh your device and let's see.
Yes, please. Wow, yeah.
Can we all see now?
Yes, please. We can see.
All
Hey, say
right. So
please. Some of us can't
when
see the screen, so if you can reshare it again.
okay, some of you cannot see the screen.
I hope it.
Try and let me see if you can still see.
I can see.
Those of you still struggling to see, can you see it now?
Yes.
You can see it now.
Yes,
Please,
please.
yes.
We can see. Please, those who can see, they can leave and rejoin.
Yeah, I think that is a better idea. Leave and rejoin and let's see. Maybe it's because of the network.
That's what I did. I was not hearing you, so I left and rejoined, and everything is clear.
All right, then let's begin. Concept of curriculum. Like I said rightly, those whose microphone is on, please can you mute it for me? Mute your microphone for me. Concept of the curriculum. Curriculum description, meaning curriculum. As I asked you earlier on, the definition of curriculum. Curriculum does not have a specific definition. It has series and several description that we can give it to the curriculum. That is why I didn't give you a definition, but I made you give out your own definition so that I can know the angle that you are coming from. And being so good, some of you were able to give set of instructions, a course of study, and a whole lot. That is what I have on my slides over here. So with my point one, when we talk about the content of the curriculum, we are talking about is something, or it can be described as um, something that which is taught in schools. Like someone said, curriculum is taught in school. That is one description we can give it to curriculum. Another description we can also give it to curriculum is that a curriculum is a set of what subjects. So different subjects that comes together that makes what the curriculum. That's another description to curriculum. Another one, we can also describe the curriculum as the contents. Talk about the content. For instance, when we take our biology syllabus, what we are teaching, if you're talking about photosynthesis, the content itself can be described as what? The curriculum. Again, curriculum can also be described as a plan or a program of study or experiences. Someone said it. I don't know whether it's Joseph or Joshua or one of the ladies. One said it. It's a plan or a program of study, meaning we plan curriculum. It's a program we study. That is also a description we can give it to a curriculum. Curriculum can also be a set of what materials. Set of materials. With all these that I'm saying, which means curriculum is not just a list of subjects, it's a whole plan that defines what learners should learn or how they learn it and why. A lot of descriptions is given to the word curriculum as we are studying it what in biology. Curriculum can also be a sequence or series. When we talk about sequence, we are talking about the step by step, a systematic way. We move from one, we go to two, we go to three. It can also be series. So if it's not sequence, it becomes series. We move from this point A to point B, point C. Meaning, if you take the curriculum, for instance, we can get the topic, the sub ones, and as it moves what gradually. That is also what how the curriculum can also be described. The curriculum can also be described as a course of study. As a course of study, that's what you're doing. It's a course of study. That can also describe the curriculum. The next one is a set of what performances objectives. Meaning with all the starting from the top, that which is taught in schools to a set of performances objectives. It clearly states that curriculum does not have a specific meaning or definition. These are some of the descriptions that we can give it to a curriculum. Like most of you give an example, sorry, give a definition of the curriculum. Are you good to go?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So from this point, if you have any question, you can bring it out as we move on. We will define the curriculum as well, but these are the descriptions you are going to use to define the curriculum. If you have any question, you can just let me know before I move on to the next slide. Or as I move on, you can let me know. You master the slide number and you draw my attention to it. Curriculum can also be described as everything that goes on within the school, including extracurricular activities, guidance, and interpersonal relationships. When we take the curriculum into consideration again, anything that goes on within the school, anything that goes on within the school, don't forget that it's a planned thing. And whatever is planned, now we are referring to it goes on within the school. For instance, in the school whereby we have in the curriculum or we have the plan that every Friday we need to have a quiz session, or every Friday we need to have a workshop. That is something that is planned and is going on what within the school. And this include what? Extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities. What are examples of the extracurricular activities?
Sports,
Okay, sports is there.
culture,
Culture is there. Anything again? I want a different voice.
Worship. Worship.
Worship.
Yes,
Worship.
please.
All right. So all these things that we've mentioned: sports, culture, worship,
Kekeli.
entertainment, games. What
Kekeli.
did he say? All that are extracurricular activity. That also describes the curriculum. Please, can you mute yourself for me? All right. It can also again be described as everything that is planned by the school personnel. Everything that is planned by the school personnel. And the school personnel we are talking over here, we talk about the managers of the school, talking about the head teacher, the headmaster, and other staff over there. They are the school personnel. Everything that is planned by them. They sit down, look through things, what the school needs, what the community needs, what the environment where they are, what they need. Then they add it. Like someone said, culture. For instance, you are teaching at a certain place whereby the community wants you to involve or patronize their culture or portray their culture to the students over there. We can have an extracurricular activity whereby it could be in a form of cultural display. So you display the community's culture. For instance, how they do naming ceremony over there. That one is extracurricular activities whereby you can ask the students to bring set of things that you can use to portray how they do funeral rites, how they do marriage, how they organize their festivals and everything. These are extracurricular activities that we can use to what? We can use to portray the culture as someone rightly said. And these things are planned by the school personnel, like I said, the head teacher, the headmaster, the PTA staff, and all of them. The PTA members, sorry, the PTA members, and all of them. They are all inclusive that plan about how the curriculum should go. Again, the curriculum is a series of experiences undergone by learners in what? In school. Series of what experiences. What the learners experiences that they use as a base or a form of what? Developing the curriculum. Meaning curriculum in other way or other way around can be described from the learners' experiences in the school, the experiences they go through, maybe how they find things difficult in terms of learning. The school can plan based on their experiences. This is how we are going to go about it. After school, we are going to have an after school classes, or early in the morning, we are going to have classes before normal lessons starts or begins. These are the experiences that they got from the students that they find a particular subject difficult or challenging, and the school management or the school personnel wants to address it. That so therefore they include it in their curriculum. You will see that This is what we do. If you're a newly posted teacher, when you come to that station, this is what we do. Early in the morning, 6:30 to 7:30, the students are to have a silence hour. They learn on their own. They refresh, they revise to meet today's or yes, that's today's activity. Or 6:30 to 7:30, teachers are supposed to be in class supervising, assist students, or scaffolding, assist students in their challenging areas. Those are those can be described as what the curriculum, and it emanates from the experiences the learners go through. That is why they were able to, based on it, use as a point of what basis to develop the curriculum. Again, curriculum can also be described as that which an individual learners experiences as a result of what schooling. This time around, we are talking about the individual what learners. First, we are talking about learners, which were what general. So we can see the performances of the students after their first mock. Then we can, based on that, to develop a curriculum. This time around, we are talking about the individual learner experiences. This is one-on-one. We encounter one-on-one encounter. What is the difficulty aspect? What is the learner finding it difficult, challenging? Then we dwell on it to develop a curriculum. The last one I will talk about is an aggregate of course of study in the school system. Like I said, the curriculum can also be a course of study. Like we are studying right now, curriculum studies in biology can also be a course that we will be studying. All these are description. This describe what the curriculum means. Any questions so far? Hello.
Hi.
Any questions so far?
No, sir.
No, sir.
So I think
Are we all
uh
taking part, or we've just joined and we've placed the device somewhere?
Yes. Oh, yes,
Master,
sir. We
please,
are
no
taking
Yes,
part.
questions so far.
Taking part.
Are we all sure that
We
we
are
are
right.
taking part?
We are right.
Yes,
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 yes.
please.
sir. We are.
Are we learning something?
Yes,
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
yes.
Yes,
We are
sir.
learning curriculum.
Yes, sir.
We are learning something.
Yes, sir. It
All
is
right.
clear that
If
we want you to continue.
Training is taking place.
okay, if all right, if
Yeah, sir,
everything
it's
is
clear.
clear,
That's
then
why there's no question. Everything is clear.
okay.
Yeah, but I see some people's hands raised or their old hands. Maybe they want to ask a question.
Please, those whose hands are up, is it old hands or new hands? Let me know.
it's anyhow.
New hands.
Yes, please, sir.
All
Someone
right.
wanted to ask.
Then let me go to
So I have question.
okay.
Please, I want to know if PTA meeting is also part of the school curricular activity. PTA meeting.
PTA meeting, just PTA meeting or their involvement.
Their involvement. Well, let's say when you organize a PTA meeting and you invite other dignitaries to come in, and we put it on the school this thing. the plan is also part of the school curriculum activity.
I am not getting the question well, but how I understood the question is, if the PTA comes in, you see, mostly when the PTA comes in, they discuss about the welfare of the school, the
Yes,
students as well.
yes,
So
please.
whatever they discuss, that becomes the progress, or I don't know how to, let me put it in this way. Whatever they discuss, and it can be a source of what importance to the
Okay,
school, that will bring out progress. Then it's also, they include it in what, in the curriculum.
okay.
If I understood your question, that's
Yes,
that's how
that's
I got
perfect.
the question.
That's perfect. Thank you, sir.
All right. Any question? I can see if first hand raised. Okay, Emilia, you can ask your question. Okay, if Emilia is not ready, maybe the network stability. Samuel, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, sir. May I know whether the PLC that we have now in our schools does it also form part of the curriculum? Thank you.
Yes, it forms part of the curriculum. The PLC forms part of the curriculum because it is a planting. Don't forget that we say the curriculum is a planting. So it was planned. It didn't just come from the in anywhere without the planning. It was a planting just to assist the teachers who are weak in some areas, get assistance from their senior colleagues or their own colleagues. So it can also be drafted to be part of the curriculum. Is the answer?
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, Gideon, I can see your hand up.
Yes, sir. So my problem is about the curriculum being a planned set of educational goals or probably objectives. As teachers, sometimes we see most of the times there are a lot of things that comes into the school which we see it as if they were not planned. They are not planned at all. You are there, they come, and authorities want you to consider it. Can we also consider that as a curriculum? For instance,
All right, before
yeah,
I come, okay, yeah, I wanted you to give
for
an
instance,
scenario, then
um,
that's fine.
we are currently having sporting activities, and if you look into our curriculum and everything that falls within the, the term that we find ourselves, you will not see anything like sporting activities either
Sir, please, I can't see the screen.
either in the on our curriculum what do you call it, document, or probably on the plan that we have for the school itself. But we would spend about 1 month having this sport. Can we consider that as curriculum, part of the curriculum?
All right, so what we need, please, those whose mark is on, please unmute it for me. What we can do is that, first of all, let's consider those who are bringing it on board. Are they school personnel? If yes, we take. If they are school personnel, where did they get it from? What are their rationale of bringing it on board? If it's managed from experiences from the learners, for instance, we have a saying that all work and no play make Jack a dull boy. So they've seen that always is learning, learning, learning. We need to have physical training, physical exercise. We include sporting activities in it. That idea that we put together can be a description or a form of what? getting the curriculum. So the sports right now become an extracurricular activities, which is what a curriculum. But my challenge right now is because the scheme of work was given to you and you didn't find that one in. That is why we are finding a challenge that is not a planting. But indeed it's a planting because one person did not sit down to bring that on board. Even if it was from the headmaster, the consultation was from somewhere, maybe the PTA chair or the PTA members that they brought it on board. But I could say the mistake that they could have done is they didn't involve you in taking that decision and they imposed that on you. That brought the challenge. But indeed, it describes what the curriculum and it's part of the curriculum too.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Do you get it now?
Yes, I will get it now.
Okay, if you can hear me, you can speak. You have the floor now.
Hello, sir.
You have already answered him. So
Okay, Emilia.
Hello.
Okay, it's Emilia
Yes,
speaking.
please. Please.
All right, you can go
I
ahead and
was
speak.
asking if it is only schools that use curriculum because we keep on saying it is a plan and and all the learning experiences that has been planned by the school. So I'm asking if it's only schools that use curriculum. How about the other institutions, like the churches and those places? Don't they also have curriculum?
All right. Um, Emilia is asking if we always talk about schools having a curriculum. Is it only schools who are having a curriculum? Any suggestion for her? Edward, I'll come to you. Let's address Emilia's question first. Emilia is asking the curriculum we've been talking about every now and then. Are we talking about schools alone, or we are talking
I'm ready.
about
I'm ready to
other?
answer her, sir.
All right, Isaac, let me hear you.
I am ready.
Say, okay, sir.
Okay,
It's not only school.
coming on.
It is a program designed for an institution, so they can have a curriculum for maybe an institution. Curriculum to guide the institution for them to do what they are expecting to end at the end of the year or any program they are to do. So curriculum is not for only schools. So we can have a curriculum for maybe a company. That curriculum will guide the company as to what they should do in the company, what they have to get at this time, or at this time you have to produce this. So they are all in the form of curriculum. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Listening.
Okay, sir. This first. Okay. The definition of curriculum, since we have different meanings or different definitions. Looking at it, we equally have different forms of education. It can be formal, it can be informal, it can be non-formal. So far as there is a learner, and the learner is supposed to learn, the learner is supposed to experience something, then that will automatically say that curriculum is not necessarily for a structured institution alone, that's a school alone. So being an apprentice, learning a job, if there is a place where we can have those who are learning, then all the experiences that they will go through is equally a curriculum. Therefore, I can say that curriculum is not basically for a formal section that is schooling alone. Any page that you find yourself learning.
I'm coming in. Edward. Edward is coming in. Okay, so I want to add up. I want to add that if you look at the description of curriculum that you just gave, we could see that it is not only in schools, formalized schools alone. You say a plan or a program of studies or experiences. Here, there is no school attached to it. So, like my friend rightly said, any institution that deals with a learner and a facilitator can have a plan or a program of study that gives out experiences
Coming in
to.
again.
That is Edward. Hello, sir.
Okay, Janet, your hand is up. Are you
What
addressing
I'm saying,
Emilia's question,
what I'm saying is
or you
that
have a different question?
yeah. Next question. That's the Emilia's question, please. If you look at the description of curriculum that you gave on your slide, it is not limited to only school. So it cuts across every place where there is a learner or an apprentice and a facilitator with a planned program. So it is not limited to only schools. It can either be formal or informal. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry, it was from my network. All right, so Janet, that's Emilia's question, and all of you have spoken. That you've done well. Let me come in. Curriculum is not only designed for schools. It's not only designed for schools. If you look at the description that we are talking about a plan structure with learning experiences. Since we are learning curriculum in biology, that is why our focus has been students, or teachers. But it's not designed for only schools. It's designed for other institutions, like someone said. And we should also not forget that with the curriculum, it can be described as a set of what instructions, attaining what a goals or attaining goals. So we set instructions or we set goals to attain it. Meaning when you go to a different institution, we have goals that they've also set that they want to achieve. That is also a way of what we can describe a curriculum, not only in schools but in different institutions. Methods of or experiences. It's not only school, that's where we get experiences. If someone is learning on a job, learning from someone, apprentice, and the person finds it difficult at an at a certain point where the master or the senior colleague needs to come in, that difficulty that the person faces can serve as what the learning experiences that we can also use to describe a curriculum as experiences we get from learners. But this time around, we are not limiting the learners to students, but we are expanding it to what those who are also learning, the apprentice, they are also part of it. So curriculum is not only designed for schools, other institutions are part, but our focus here is curriculum studies and discussion. But here we are talking about students. But in general, we talk about learners, we are not talking about students alone. But our course is restricting us to be to students. So Emilia that asked that question. It doesn't limit it's not limited. It's not limited to only schools, but other institutions are parts. Is it clear now, Emilia? Is it clear now? Any question again? Any question?
So I think there's no question, so you can continue.
All right. If there is no question, let me keep on sharing my screen and we continue.
Okay.
All right. So we've talked about all these things. The concept of curriculum that we started from the description all to an aggregate of course of study in school system. Now we are moving on to the definition of a curriculum. Don't forget I've made you aware that curriculum does not have a specific definition. The descriptions that we use the descriptions that we use to describe the curriculum, we can use those descriptions to define the curriculum. With the definition, we can say that a curriculum, when they talk about curriculum, what is a curriculum? We can say that curriculum is a program of activities that are explicitly organized by teachers in the school as a mean by which people may attain through learning a set of objectives, program of activities. So these are activities that we design in schools and they are organized by teachers in schools. Like someone was asking if the sport was part of the curriculum, and I said yes because this one is an extracurricular activities. These sporting activities, as you said that it has taken much of your time, almost a month now, and I know most of the teachers have been taking part doing the supervision. So it's organized by the teachers. It's organized by the teachers by which the people may attain through learning a set what objectives. Are you clear now?
Yes, sir.
Next one, curriculum is viewed as a composite whole, including learners, the teacher, Teaching and learning methodologies, anticipated and unanticipated experiences, output and output and outcomes possible within the learning institution. When we also talk about the curriculum, we view the curriculum as what? A composite. A composite of what? A whole, including learners. So it's a combination of what? The learners, the teachers, their teaching and learning methodologies, how they teach, their the student learning of methodologies they also use for them, anticipated and unanticipated experiences, those so experience that we can anticipate, experience that we cannot anticipate, and the outcomes and the output, what comes out. Those are the outcomes and the output possible within the learning institution. If you take a school, any school for instance, any school that you are in right now, and we are talking about the curriculum, we are talking about you the teacher, the learning methodologies that you use, the teaching methodologies that you the teacher you use. It includes the learner itself or the students themselves, the anticipated and unanticipated behaviors or experiences emanating from whether the teacher or the student or the school board, and the output and outcomes. The outputs and the outcome. For instance, students go to write B, C, or C. They come out with flying colors. They go, they write, they all bomb. These are learning outcomes. And they are within what? The learning what? Institution. This also defines the curriculum. If we are talking about the curriculum, it's not only the teachers. It's it comprises of our teachers, their style of teaching, the learners, they also their style of learning, and when they learn, the output they count out with, and their anticipated behavior, unanticipated behavior, or experiences emanating from whether the teacher's side or the student's side. That can also describe what the curriculum. The curriculum again can be defined as all the learning plan and, and guided by the school, whether it is carried on in groups or individually, inside or outside the school. I'm still referring to the person who used the sports, meaning the sports was a planting, like I initially said, and
Mhm.
it could be planned by whether a group of people, including the PTA heads or the chair and the heads, the teachers, or it could be from the GES aspect, whether the district level or the regional level that they plan. And this can be carried out with the supervision. It can be carried out whether one teacher supervises or a group of teachers supervises it, whether in group or what individual. And this supervision goes on whether inside or outside what the school premises.
We
For instance,
remember
when there is a match
really,
competition or a sports competition between your school and a different school, whereby other school comes to your school, these activities are within the school, and it was planned that we school A is going to have a quiz competition with school B, and this was planned occurring in your school. The same way your school A will go out to have a quiz competition with school B, and this is outside the school, and this can be carried out with a group of people or individual person can also handle it. That is also another definition of the curriculum. The curriculum again, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see, please?
we can see it.
Yes,
We
sir.
can see the
All
screen.
right.
Yes, sir, we can see
All
you.
right.
Yes,
All
please.
right.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
So
An
please,
aggregate. Can I?
can you go back more to the
Oh,
last slide? Okay. Okay.
is it okay with you?
Yes, sir.
Please.
All right. With the description, we talk about a course of study. Like I said, we are doing right now curriculum. You can take the curriculum as a course of study. That we study the curriculum. The another definition for it is an aggregate of course of study in a school system. That is what the curriculum. A minute, please. All right, sorry, I'm back. Like I was saying, it's an aggregate of course of study in a school system. That is the curriculum as you're doing right now. So if you go to the training college and you are learning curriculum, meaning that's a course of study. If you go to the tertiary and you're learning curriculum, that is a course of study too. If it is written in a book and you take it to read by yourself, that is also a course maybe that has been designed. Whether it was a handout that you picked and learn, or a slide that you pick and learn, we which constitute what the course that we are talking about that we use to prepare the slide. Again, the curriculum is defined as a planned and unplanned concept, content, skill, work habits, means of assessment, and attitude and instructional strategy taught in classrooms and the variety of school activities in and out of class that influence present and future academic, social, emotional, and physical growth of students. Let me break it down. We talk about the curriculum to be a planting. The same thing, the curriculum can be an unplanting. Yes. So or a planned concept or an unplanned concept, or a planned content and an unplanned content. We have two different things over here: the concept and the content over here. The skills we can plan with the curriculum to include the skills, the work habits. The work habit could go for the teachers, or let me generalize it, the staff, whether the teaching and the non-teaching staff. That's the work habit. We can design a curriculum to suit it. The means of assessment in the classroom. What is the mode of assessment? How do we assess them? Is it through presentation? Is it through quizzes? Is it through end of semester examination? These are means of what assessment. So we have the formative assessment and the summative assessment. Whereby we talk about the formative assessment, as the learning is going on, you keep on asking questions. You assess students just to make sure they are following. That is why, as I move on, I asked, "Are you following?" Or if someone asks question, I throw the question back to the class. We discuss just to know that we are following. We have the summative assessment, which is done at the end of the course or a semester. So at the end of this course, you're going to have a semester examination. That is a summative assessment. That so the curriculum can also describe the means of that assessment, the strategy of it, or the strategy of teaching in classroom. That I've talked about the teachers learning strategy or methodologies or teaching methods or teaching strategies that they use. The style of teaching. How do the teachers teach? How should they teach? These students are kids. Let's use play. These students are they are grown up. Okay, let me use concept mapping to handle abstract concept of biology. For instance, we are talking about the genetics, whereby it is purely abstract. We are talking about the Krebs cycle or the photosynthesis, the glycolysis, where it is purely abstract. We can talk about all those things. What is the teaching strategy. What is the mode? So the curriculum will tell you when you get to this topic, when you get to this topic, use this strategy, use this teaching approach to handle this concept so that the students can get better understanding, can get better understanding. Those are the teaching experiences. All these are carried in the classroom or outside the classroom. So in and outside the classroom and influences the present and the future academics. We do this. We use different learning strategy. What is the reason? We have more reasons to that. For the student to pass well, for the student to grab the concept that we are teaching, for the student to be active, participate. You cannot be teaching a concept in biology whereby you use the lecture form or the lecture method, and you are talking about genetics, talking about the DNA, you are talking about the enzymes, you are talking about RNA, mRNA, and all those things. You're talking about transcription, translation, without any form of what video, emojis, or sorry, images, or any pictures to depict what you're teaching, and you speak it raw. The thing is abstract. Once you adapt a strategy that the learners can get the concept clear in and outside the classroom, this influences the academic future academic performance. The student can perform well once they grab the concepts. They can give the best out of them when you assess them. So not only future academics, but social, emotional, physical growth of what the student. All these are inclusive when we do all these things. So the curriculum itself describes how all these things are to be done. How all these things are to be done. That is that. Any questions so far before we move on? These are not the only definition to curriculum. Like I said, the description that we've given to curriculum, we use those descriptions to define the curriculum, and the curriculum is not having a specific definition. For that one, you need to keep in mind. Any question? Any question? No one's hand is up.
Please, I think you can continue.
Everything is
Okay,
clear.
everything is
Yes,
clear.
yes, please. So you can
Ah,
continue.
All right.
I'm continuing.
Then let's move on to the next slide, which is the constituent of the curriculum. The constituent of the curriculum. Even our females over here, or most of the males over here, can also testify that whenever you are preparing something, we have ingredients. What constitutes it? If I'm preparing a light soup, I have things that I can speak about when I'm preparing a light soup. When I'm preparing a groundnut soup, there are some of the things that I can not speak without mentioning their name. We cannot talk about preparing a groundnut soup without speaking about or talking about the groundnut piece or the groundnut itself. Then you didn't do anything good. The same thing happens to the curriculum when we come to the academic aspects. We cannot talk about the curriculum without talking about what constitutes the curriculum, what the curriculum is made up of, what comes to make the curriculum. Here we have four things that comes to make the curriculum. We have the content, you have the learner, you have the learning experiences, and we have the objectives. Let me take them one by one. With the content, we talk about the activity, what specifically that we are doing, the activity, the knowledge. If I pick the biology curriculum and I'm talking about the photosynthesis, how it occurs and everything. That is the activity. That is the content that we are talking about. So we can't talk about curriculum without talking about the content. The curriculum is made up of the content. So whenever you pick any curriculum, these are some of the things that you need to look for. You look for the content. What is it talking about? We are talking about photosynthesis here. How does it occur? Where does it occur? The activity that happens becomes the content. When we get to know how it occurs, how and where it occurs, then we get the knowledge from it. So it goes with activity and knowledge. Once you know how the activity occurs, once you know how the activity is going on, then you get knowledge of it. That it goes with it. The next one is the learners. As I talked about earlier on, that when we talk about the learners, we are talking about the students. And someone brought the question up that is the curriculum uh, designed for only schools, and the answer was no. The learners over here, because of this course, we are limiting ourselves to students. That's why we have here learners, we have students over here.
Hello.
Use textbook only to teach. Hello, someone calling.
Your line is breaking. We can't hear you well.
Yes, please. We can hear you.
Hello,
I
sir.
think it's the network. I think it is the network that is doing that.
Hello, can I continue? Can you hear me?
You can
Yes,
hear
sir.
you now, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. We can hear you now.
You can hear me now.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Let me go back a little.
All
So I
right.
was
Then
talking about the content where I talk about the activity itself. We talk about photosynthesis.
Oh,
The
the
content is
content is
okay. Okay,
the
then let
content
me
is
move
from.
on to the learner. Like I said, the learner we are talking about the student and the
Yes, sir.
people.
Sir, no, sir, no, sir, no, please. Sir, please, I didn't get the content well.
All right, then let me start
Oh,
with the content.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Let me start with the content. The content I was talking about, the curriculum. Whenever you talk about the curriculum, you need to figure out certain things. You figure out the content, the learner experiences, the objectives. And I started with the content. With the content, I talked about when we take the curriculum, and we are talking about the photosynthesis. We talk about how photosynthesis occur. Where does it occur? These are the activities. And once we get to know how it occurs, where it occurs, then we are getting the knowledge from it. We are getting the understanding. That made up what? The content. So the content basically talks about what the activity and the understanding of it or the knowledge of it. Once we have the activity, how everything is happening, occurring, then we get a knowledge of it. That is the content. Then we also look for the learner, where the students or the people is what we are talking about. The learner here, I cited an example that someone asked a question whether the curriculum is designed for only schools, and most of you were able to answer her, whereby by saying that the people, the student. Then when we talk about learners in general, we talk about the those who are on a job training or they are learning, like the apprentice. They are also learners. They are also learning. But in our case here, we are talking about the students. So the learners over here, we talk about the student, meaning the curriculum constitutes the content, the learner, Again, the learning experiences. And with the learning experiences, we talk about the teacher and his methods, the method the teacher uses. You can be talking about um, transcription, translation, under genetics, whereby you'll be using only lecture method or you'll be using textbooks. We talk about your learning methods. What do you use? Is it images you use? Is it audiovisual that you use? Audio and the images, whereby the student will be playing and they will be seeing images or videos of it. Do you use that? So that becomes the teacher and his method and the methods of what? Learning. So the methods of learning here can apply to the teacher and the student. The method of learning. Once you are teaching, when you are in the basic school or when you are teaching the basic school, when the word is a big word for the student or the learner, you break it into syllabi. You break it that the person can pronounce it a step from it, step by step. After that, the learner has everything up and can pronounce it correctly. That becomes what the methods of what learning. In this case, the curriculum will teach you the methods to handle this particular topic, which is the content and the method you're going to use it to teach. The same way, if you're using that method, the same method serve as what? A learning method for the student. Because there are students that learn by visual. They see, they grab everything and they don't even revise. Some also get the concept by hearing, so by audio, they get it. Some also uses the two, the audio and the visual. So you play the sound in collaboration with the picture or the image showing, then they grab it. Meaning, if the curriculum teaches you how to use this method, the same way it is also showing the learner the methods of learning. And what I'm saying is, this all of this forms the constituent of what the curriculum. And the last one is the objective. The set goals. What are we to obtain? What are um what are we aiming at? What do you want to arrive at? These are the objectives. Meaning there won't be a curriculum where there is no what objectives. They need to be set goals, set objectives, a target. Four of this that you need to look for when we talk about the curriculum: the content, which is the activities and the knowledge; the learner, which is the student or the people; the learning experiences, we are talking about the teacher and his learning methods and the methods of learning also. And we are talking about the objective, the ends in, in view, or what we are expected to achieve. That becomes the constituent of the curriculum. Any questions so far?
Yes,
Our
please.
Hello,
Our
sir.
hands are up.
Sir, sir, please, I have a question.
Any questions so far?
Hello. Hello, sir.
That's
Sir,
on. That's
please,
on.
my question is
Hello, are you there?
now, what you are learning. Now, I am seeing curriculum to be very broad.
Are you there?
All the set of experiences. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm
Hello.
hearing you, please.
Okay. All the things that the learner
Is it from my
goes
network
through.
or your end?
It might
Sir,
be
it's from
from
your
your
network.
network.
Okay, your hands are up.
Hello.
No, someone
Okay,
is on the line
I can
talking.
see Nimatu. Nimatu's hand is up.
The Festus is talking already.
sir,
But
please, someone is on the floor.
Hello, I can hear you.
you can hear me, sir. Can I
I
can I
think
go on, please? Hello.
Who is
I think the
talking now?
lecturer's line
Festus is talking.
is
Festus is talking. Can I go on? Can I go on? Get that. Hello.
lecturer on the line. Is something up.
I think the lecturer's network is not good.
Who is speaking?
Festus.
Hello, who is
Please,
speaking?
sir, once they are not talking, let's move,
Hello?
please.
Hello, sir. Hello? Hello, sir.
Can
If it's a network,
can you reposition? Can you reposition yourself?
Please, sir, we do hear everything you're saying. Someone was on the line talking, but you were not hearing the
Is
person.
it from my? Is it from my end? Yeah.
Yes, it's from your
Yeah, I
end.
can
Yes,
hear
I
you
said
now.
from your end.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello?
Yeah, Festus, talk.
Okay, hey, sir, please. I was asking this question that if, from what you are learning, you can see that curriculum is very broad. It entails all what the learner goes through in a set of institution. It can be both inside and then outside as well. Then this thing that we use in school, formally, we call it syllabus. Syllabus. Very, very easy for you to understand. Now, of late, we call it curriculum, of which we know that both inside and outside, they are all part of whatever that the learner goes through. But we refer to this book that we use in the school as curriculum. So for me, anytime they mention that, I always ask myself that, then which of the curriculum, does it mean that we have types of curriculum that of which one can be referred to as this book or what? Should that be the right name? Why not the syllabus, but rather now in the new curriculum you refer to that book as curriculum. Meanwhile, it doesn't comprise of all what the learner goes through, both in and out. Thank you.
I think the lecturer is even off.
Me pacho so offer question me bisa me nua bi o
Okay,
ha obetimi aboa obetimi
Yeah,
abom.
okay.
I
Let
am
me
in
answer
now.
him.
I am in now.
Okay, can I answer the person, please?
Okay, you can answer, but I
Yes.
didn't get the full question. My network
All
was
right.
breaking over here, so I didn't get the full
I was
question. But
He
saying
you
that.
was
can give
he
a
was
try.
saying that earlier on we were using syllabus, and then the
Okay,
government brought what we call curriculum.
curriculum. All right.
So he was saying whether the curriculum is the same as the syllabus or which is which. That's why I came in to clear the air.
Oh, okay, okay. You
So
can
what I'm
start.
saying is this: the syllabus is a document which breaks down the curriculum into smaller concepts. So for here, we will say the syllabus is part of the curriculum, or it is a subset of the curriculum, because the what is in the syllabus was extracted from the curriculum. So the syllabus is a subset of the curriculum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who again can
Hello, sir.
answer first before I come in? First
Please,
is all right.
it seems you didn't get my question. Okay, maybe you have brought out your submission though. But I'm saying that when we look at curriculum, it's very broad. But of late, now what we used to teach, that formally we refer to it as syllabus. Now it is called curriculum. Meanwhile, if you look at the definition of curriculum and its angles, that book cannot be referred to curriculum alone because all the various experiences that the learner will go through, including
Okay.
even co-curricular activities. But that book doesn't spell out co-curricular activities. So why is it that we call that book curriculum? Instead of rather calling it the syllabus, the old one,
The syllabus.
which was
Okay.
a bit clear to me.
Please let me come in.
Okay, so now your
The
confusion is
syllabus.
why we are changing from syllabus to curriculum. If you're talking
No,
that
no.
the curriculum is broad.
Please,
Exactly,
the
sir.
syllabus contains only the topics for each subject we study in school. But the curriculum comprises the topics in each subject plus the core competencies that the core competencies and the skills that the learner must attain
before he or she complete a certain stage in school.
The old syllabus doesn't contain only the topics. Even the methods, the various methods that you are supposed to use to teach, they are also in it. The content.
That is why when you are preparing, that is why when you are just supposing the difference between curriculum and syllabus, we say the syllabus is a narrow version of the curriculum. I hope you get me. The curriculum is broad, but the syllabus is narrow.
No,
It
you are
means
not
that
getting
for the
this. You are
syllabus,
not.
it means that for the syllabus, we are only learning a small portion of the curriculum.
You are not. Please, you are not getting Festus. Get him right. What? Let me come this one. What Festus is trying to say is that if you look at our definition for curriculum this evening, it spells out the various angles of what makes up a curriculum. And we have understood that curriculum includes both the plan and then the unplanned. Meanwhile, the curriculum that we are using now contains only the plan. It doesn't contain the
Exactly, my
unplanned.
friend.
So then
Exactly.
it doesn't make it a complete curriculum. So then why do we call it a curriculum when it is not a complete curriculum? So he wants us to call it rather a syllabus, because a syllabus is an incomplete form of a curriculum. I think that's what visitors want to understand.
Then I think we will say we have deficiencies in the curriculum. So yeah, deficiencies.
Please, can I come in?
Deficiencies
Can
in
I
the
come in?
curriculum.
All right, you can come in. You can come in. Is it
Yeah, so my
just
thoughts are that the unplanned
okay?
part of the curriculum is said that every school or a group would have
The
varieties
substance.
of activities that they want to do. So government cannot add that form of the unplanned one, because what you do in your school could be different from what I do in my school. So it depends on the school to find a way of inculcating those ones that might come up or may not come up. So as and when they come up, then you do them. It doesn't so I'm trying to say it doesn't mean that the curriculum is not complete. For the plan aspect is what government has given us, and the other side is what you would do depending on what you experience or what you come across or what you want to do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The tag president has spoken.
Any more suggestion? I can see Gideon wants to speak.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've
Gideon,
already
you
spoken,
are.
so we can go on.
All right. So what Jasta said is right. With the curriculum, when we are developing the curriculum, we consider the teachers, the learning experiences, the learner and their learning experiences. Remember, when I started, I talked about the society. We also consider the society. So the curriculum basically we design to meet the what the society also wants. That is why someone brought in culture, and I use that one as an example. So with what Jafta said, with the curriculum we are talking about here, the plan one, that is a well structured one that we will need to go in for. For instance, if we are talking about, I want to use the photosynthesis, then the translation and the transcription, limiting myself to that abstract nature in biology. When we talk about the transcription or the translation in genetics, the curriculum will spell out how you are going to teach. So if someone is in Wale Wale and someone is in Bono and someone is in Cape Coast and someone is in Greater Accra, the curriculum spells out how we are going to handle it. That is the teaching method that we are going to use to handle it. The curriculum might say, okay, group the student into two or into four. Let them discuss this, that. Show them video. That is what we are going to get. That's across. But we don't plan one Jafta brought in. When you go to the Walawale we are talking about or the guy we are talking about, you see when you are teaching, we teach from the known to the unknown. What the learners know to what they don't know. That is where we build it from. There we call it the scaffolding. So we scaffold it. If you go to Walawale that we are speaking, then when you are teaching, you bring it to their normal life. their life experiences, the life experiences over there. That is where you also bring it. So if I am teaching something like if the curriculum talk about house, if the curriculum talk about house, and I'm teaching someone in Wale Wale, and the style of how houses looks over there is different from how the southern part of their house looks like. I limit it to, or I bring it to the point that the learners will get it. So I will say that okay, house is in the form of this, that they are going to know it at Wale Wale. But when I come to maybe Greater Accra, I can show them maybe a mansion as a house. But all the same, we're also using the same teaching method, or we are using the same learning teaching style, teaching approach, but we situate it to the learning experiences of the learner. These are the unplanned things that we are talking about. Those of you in the Catholic school and those in the other missionary schools. You see, after the curriculum has spelled out how to go about certain things, the school itself has its own designs or certain things that you need to also go by it. That might be different from someone teaching in a different school too. So in the curriculum, that becomes an unplanned one. Although we have a structured one where everyone is using a nationwide one, but when you go to individual communities, local communities, we have other things that they also inculcate. That makes the curriculum broad. So it doesn't mean that since they didn't capture all these things, it's still we still don't call it a curriculum. We still call it a curriculum. But every society and what they are expecting. Don't forget their set of goals that they want to achieve. Do you get it in that way?
Okay, sir,
Yes,
please.
sir.
Or if it's
Yes,
not
sir.
clear, you can come again.
What can I say, my friend, sir? Yes, sir.
No, it's not like you've taken it like that. If you don't get any part clear, just let me know.
Sir, please elaborate again.
All right. So what I was saying is, someone asked a question about if the now you've gotten to know that the curriculum is broad, and if it's broad, what now we used to call a curriculum should have been called a syllabus because it doesn't contain everything. Because the planned things are captured and maybe the unplanned things are not captured. And someone raised a point that everything cannot be captured depending on wherever you are also teaching. And I'm coming in the point that with a curriculum, we have a curriculum that's the biology we are using. So if you are teaching a certain topic, we are all going by that strategy. But when you go to a different school, they might have one or two additional strategy that you use or you add to the already structured what way of handling it. That's the teaching method. That also becomes the unplanned one at a broader view. At a broader view, but in the narrow view, it is a planned one because that is what the old teachers have been using, and you're a new teacher that has come and you are using it. But as you are coming with your own curriculum, let me say the biology curriculum that you are using, which is the standardized one, you know that this is how I should go about it. But when you get to the school and you are going to also meet their own internal arrangement, how you are also going to go about it, that also in some way we refer it to what the unplanned one. And when we are situating it in the school, we call it also the planned one too. That was how I was giving the explanation.
Okay, sir, thank
So
you.
we so
Thank
we,
you,
we
sir.
still call it we still call it a curriculum since we have the constituent in, we have the learners in, we have the contents in, we have the learning experiences, and we have the set objectives over there. We still call it a curriculum. Any question again, please? Janet, I can see your hand up. Janet's hand is up. Maybe it's network. Janet is not hearing me. Emmanuel, your hand is also up. You can talk.
All right, sir. Um, from the explanation so far, I'm considering the fact that regardless of defining curriculum to contain both planned and unplanned, what has been structured and documented can still be considered a full curriculum, despite depending upon the teacher to be using what is within his or her environment to suit the topic he or she may be teaching. So there wouldn't be anything like an incomplete curriculum, but all structured curriculum remains curriculum. So is that correct?
All right. Thank you for your submission. Yeah. Janet, I can see your hand up. Okay, I can see. Okay, I can see Nimatu hands up. Nimatu.
Yes,
Please,
please.
you forgive if you forgive me when the pronunciation doesn't go well. Please, you forgive me for that.
Mm. Oh, that's the right pronunciation. All right. Doc, I want to, when you were explaining the content, I raised my hand at that time. But you didn't see it. Is
Oh, sorry
content
for
the
that.
subject matter?
You said is content what?
The same as subject matter?
Is content the same as subject matter?
Yes, please.
All right. Okay. Thank you. A question to the class: is content the same as subject matter? Subject matter.
For me, I say yes.
Okay. Any other submission? Content
I
the same
think
as.
it's
Okay.
supposed to be subject matter knowledge instead of
Subject matter
subject
knowledge.
matter knowledge. Yes,
Okay.
that will be the same as the content.
The content. All right.
Yeah.
Any other submission? All right. Let me come in. So whenever we talk about the subject, we are talking about the content. What you are talking about, the actual thing that we are referring to. So the subject matter, or someone said subject matter knowledge. That's all the same. So the content is also the subject matter. The actual thing that we are talking about, that become the content. Do you get it now?
Yes, please.
Please, any question again? Jenna's hand is still up. I don't know whether it's an old hand or she has forgotten that her hand has been raised.
Their own hands. Their own hands.
Okay, old hands, all right. Then let's move on to the next slide. Let me keep on sharing my screen. All right, so the next one we are going to is the curriculum perspective. Curriculum perspective. So when we talk about this perspective, these are theories, body of knowledge that we fall on when we are making decision on what? On curriculum. So any curriculum that is being designed, these theories are being informed. So these theories shift how we are going to design the curriculum. Basically, so when we talk about curriculum perspective are theories of knowledge which are an important source of curriculum decision. Every curriculum depends heavily on these perspectives, these four perspectives: the rationalist, the empiricist, the pragmatist, the existentialist. These four theories are what the curriculum heavily, basically, fundamentally fall on it. You can't design any curriculum without depending on these theories to make a decision. These theories are they are let me say they are ideas or knowledge that depicts or speak to one thing, how something should be done. So ideas that come together and how certain things should be done. And this idea, they all channel their final decision to one thing. If they are going on plan A, meaning whatever angle that you passes or you pass, you can still get to that point of A. That is how these theories what work. This body of what knowledge what works. We have the rationalists, the empiricists, the pragmatists, the existentialists. You will take them one by one, then we will define them and know what they do. So when we are developing a curriculum, or the curriculum developers are developing a curriculum, and they decide to use a decision from the rationalists, meaning we need to know what the rationalists talk about when we are designing a curriculum. With the rationalists, they believe that true knowledge is achieved by the mind. Our mind is where we can use to achieve true knowledge. Because of this, rationalists argue that certain truth exists and that the intellect can directly grasp this truth. Meaning already we have some truth that we hold. We have perception that we hold already. We have certain things we have in mind already. We have in mind. So when we are designing a curriculum for a country, maybe different country is developing a curriculum for us. They are developing a curriculum for Ghana. There are certain things that we the Ghanaians hold in mind. We have in mind that they need to consider when they are developing their curriculum so that it doesn't conflict with what already we have in mind. And this what we have in mind, we believe that they are true knowledge. They are true knowledge that we hold already. Let me take you back to the learning experiences that I was talking about. We believe that, or those who are developing the curriculum believe that the learners already have something in mind that if I learn at dawn or if I learn late in the night, the environment is cool and conducive for me that I can grasp something. That is a true knowledge they are having. And when you are developing a curriculum, then you fall on that one to also what? Develop on it. Meaning these are their learning experiences. Or we can also handle the teacher's aspect too. That we talk about when we are talking about abstract nature of concepts in biology. We need to bring models. These are things we exist in our mind that we know that when we do it, it's going to what? It's going to be helpful. This is what the rationalists are talking about. They believe that we have true knowledge and it's achieved by the mind. And this is this true knowledge exists that and that the intellect can directly grasp this truth. Knowledge is a series of what? Series of revelations. That is, concept and knowledge are gained independently of sense experiences. Independently, independently, the rationalists see that their knowledge is gained independently from experience. Sense of what? Experiences. Cases where content of our concept or knowledge outstrip the information that sense experiences can what? Provide. So we have a different theory, where we talk about what? Our sense of experiences, where we are using our senses, our senses, you get there. But this time around, the rationalists are talking about what exists in what in our mind, even if we don't have any experience. What already exists in our mind before we even go into what that experience. That is what the rationalists are talking about. So already they have something what in their mind that you need to consider when you are drawing or developing a curriculum. Something you need to consider when you are developing a curriculum. These are what the rationalists are talking about. So in a different terms, we say that knowledge comes from what the mind. Truth is stable and what discovered through what reasons. What goes through the mind, our mental processing, what goes through. That's our source of what knowledge, and we consider it to be what to be the truth knowledge. These are theories that the curriculum developers consider when they are developing a curriculum. The next one we talk about is
Please, I have a question.
okay. You have a question?
Yes, please.
You can ask your question, please.
Okay, please. So does that mean that looking at this theory, does that mean that knowledge is innate? That means we were born with some knowledge and experiences already. Since
How?
this
I don't
theory,
get.
since
Okay.
since this theory does not look at any observable behaviors and only relies on the mind, does that mean that knowledge is innate? We were born with some knowledge that we can rely on.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone to come in? Were we born with knowledge already? If I'm rephrasing the question, is that
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. There is some amount of
Yes.
knowledge inbuilt. Hello, that is Edward. There is an amount of knowledge that is inbuilt. I like him using the word innate. So if you look at the rationalists, they are saying that true knowledge is achieved by the mind. Because of this, rationalists argue that certain truth exists, and that is the intellect, and that the intellect can directly grab. So there are some truths that are embedded in us in the form of knowledge. So with time, as we are being led, we discover those truths inwardly. When somebody is lying to you, giving you a false knowledge or pseudo knowledge about something, intrinsically or inside you, innately, you can identify, say, no, and then correct. So there is some amount of knowledge that is embedded in us that in the course of our life, by the help of teachers and institutions, it begins to unveil gradually. So I believe in that.
So I'm also coming
All right.
in. The question was that
All right.
were we born with some knowledge? I also disagree that we were not born with knowledge. Once along the line, we were taught that the brain of the child is like it's an empty something. It's empty, and the responsibility lies on we the teachers to load it with that kind of knowledge. And so this rationalist thing talks about as we are grown ups already, we want to learn or probably want to rely on a curriculum. Then the curriculum developer will also look at our environment, will look at where we live, probably at our level, and think that by the time they are going to develop that curriculum, the people that the curriculum is going to be used for might have at least learned certain things already. For instance, as we are learning now, at least we as teachers, we know something already. So if you are developing a curriculum for me to be used for my people, then you should also take what I know already into consideration. I think that is what the rationalist is looking at.
Sir, please, I have a question for the one who just spoke.
All right.
Please, he said we were born without any form of knowledge. I would like to ask, were newborn taught how to suck their mother's breast before they were able to suck theirs?
breast of their mother.
Good.
Thank you.
Nice question.
As they were crying, I think they didn't tell you they needed breast, but we the mothers knew that once a baby is born, we need to start breastfeeding them because they are human beings. So we decided to give them the breast. They are only crying naturally because they are born,
No,
and that is
it's
how.
not that you are
Even
crying.
even even at the beginning,
That
even if they
please, you
want
are
the
not
breast
answering
milk,
my
you have to
question.
How do you know that this is
force the breast
Please, please,
into their mouth.
one after the
the
other.
question?
Any other suggestion?
Sir,
Yeah.
please,
Were
you
we
Hello.
born with
answered
knowledge
my
already?
question.
Hello.
Sir, please, my
I
Hello.
think
question wasn't answered.
Kafi.
I think he answered you
Yes.
that
Yes.
Yes,
Hello.
please.
we answered you that you didn't know that the baby wanted breast milk, but you gave it to the person. Wasn't it
I
the
gave it
answer
to
that
the
you gave out?
person. If the child was born without any knowledge, the child wouldn't be able to suck the breast and bring out the milk. That is my argument. Not me
You
giving
Okay.
the
are right, my
breast
sister. You
to
are
the
right.
child, but the child being able to suck the breast means the child was born with a bit of knowledge.
Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Any other
Hello.
submission? Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
However,
Who is
however,
speaking?
how did he cry?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, who is speaking?
Yeah. This is Joshua.
Okay, you. Let's
Okay.
listen to you.
Okay. In actual sense, we were not born with knowledge. Knowledge is
Mm.
gained from school and is gained from society in which you reside. But wisdom, we were born with what? Wisdom. Knowledge is a process where you go to an institution and they give you the steps in which you can gain it from. But when we talk about wisdom, each and everyone is having wisdom. You were given from the onset where you were born, but knowledge is acquired from an institution, from a society in which you are. So we can't say that you have knowledge from infancy. No, it's not accepted.
Thank you,
And
sir.
a sister
Thank
said,
you, sir.
a child is crying that oh he needs breast milk. When a child cries, and anything that you give to that child will take it, regardless
Yes,
there's liquid in which the child is taking. The child is
exactly.
requesting only for breast milk. Anything you give to the child, that child will take it. So we can't say that the child is crying, therefore the child is only referring to a breast milk.
Is it from my network or your network?
Please, can you hear me?
So it is community.
Master, I don't agree with you. If the
Hey,
child is crying,
Abutre,
if you give the child bread, will the child eat the
Abu-
bread? The
Abutre.
toddler, the toddler is crying, and you give the toddler bread or bantukakru, will the child eat the bantukakru?
Yes, the child will take the banjikago, only that they cannot swallow it. Whatever you give to the child at that time, the child will take it. Provided they can swallow it, they will do it. It is only because they cannot swallow it. That is why they might not take it. And even don't forget, when
Please,
immediately you put it into their mouth.
I disagree. I totally
Oh,
disagree.
yes, sir.
Please, Madam, let me help you. Now, you are saying we were not born with any knowledge. So, are they trying to tell us that our forefathers, our grandparents, who were not in school, don't they have knowledge? So, they probably said, "Fie nyansanko, and school nyansanko no." So, that means that proverb is not working or what?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hello.
let me
The
come
last
in.
the
Hello.
last
In
person.
fact, we are not
Hello.
supposed to fight over this. Unqualified your propounders. Share that no a nature of science. You will say knowledge come from diverse means. What I say, unqualified your propounders. You are rationalists. Rationalists is of this belief. You be kunya pragmatist. You be kunya existential. Obia when you believe. Nti no say when you win here, when you problem, I say yeah, moment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Hey,
Thank you, sir.
Let's move on. So with the knowledge we are talking about,
Yeah.
some were saying we were not born with any knowledge. Some were saying we are born with knowledge. Basically, we have knowledge, just that we build on it.
Very good, sir.
We build on it. So as we encounter the environment, a whole lot of things that comes around, we also learn from it. That deepens our understanding and our knowledge. So we cannot basically say we don't have any knowledge. Mm, Everyone is having knowledge when you were born. Just that it wasn't, let me say, uncovered. So it was already covered, and now you are learning new things to, uncover it. So everyone was born with knowledge. Back to the
Thank you,
rationalists.
sir.
The rationalists believe that the true knowledge always exists in the mind. That is what they believe in it. That is what we have said already. If you have any question under the rationalist, you can still bring it up before we move on
So
to the
let's
next.
go on.
All right. If you're moving on, then let's move on to the empiricists. They also believe in experiences and evidence. Experiences and evidence. With the empiricists, what they do is they want to see and believe. So their term they use is see is believing. So they see, they touch, they feel before they believe in it. They use all their senses to get all those information. That is the work of what? The empiricists. So you cannot tell an empiricist theorist that okay, um when we digestion digestion occurs in maybe the stomach pass through the small intestines and a whole lot of things that we already know. What the empiricist needs to do is needs to experience it, needs to have a feel of it before they believe it. They cannot they cannot just they cannot just conclude it without having any feel of it. So their basically emphasis is on experience or evidence. If they don't have evidence of it, whatever you say doesn't exist. Whatever you say is never true. So the empiricists they believe that true knowledge is derived from evidence. That is emphasize the role of experience and evidence. Authentic knowledge comes through the senses. That is sense experience is the ultimate source of all our concept and knowledge. Knowledge comes from only primarily from sensory what experience. Primary from sensory experience. If the sense does not experience it, they don't take it into consideration. That is the work of the empiricists. They are basically and solely for evidence. They want to see. They want to use their eye to see. They want to use their hand to touch. They want to use their hand to touch and feel. They want to smell it. They want to listen. They want to hear. That is what they are in for. So anything outside the senses that you cannot experience to get you cannot experience to get evidence of it. It doesn't come in their way. That is the emphasis for you. Any question from the emphasis?
So let's go on.
Can we move on with the emphasis?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Then we come to the pragmatists. With the pragmatists, they want you. The pragmatists you come from the practice. You need to practice it. That is, they are also body of knowledge. That their theory they are also holding on to. You need to practice it. For instance, if you are in um if you are in your school and we are talking about we are talking about maybe academic performance. We are talking about academic performance of teachers, and you know yourself that with this method that I'm using, when I practice this method at the lab session, my student gets everything correct, or they get the concept clearly without any misconceptions or any alternative for knowledge, which is other name for what misconception. Once they practice a series of practices and they yield out to a result, that is what they are also yearning it for. That they are also into what? Into practice. You need to practice the thing. So they believe that knowledge is hypothetical and changing constantly. Knowledge is also what? Experience. So once you also practice it, it's a form of what? You're also experiencing it. So I take the children to, or the students, or the people to the lab. I go in for lab session, any of the session, whether dissection of um, small animals or mammals, or dissection of the um, anything I want to dissect. I do it with the students. I demonstrate. They also see. They also do it. The same thing. So they are focusing on doing it. They also do it. Unlike the empirics, whereby they want to see, observe, feel, and touch. The pragmatists want to do. They want to have the experience in it. Knowledge cannot be imposed on what? On learners. You cannot impose knowledge on what? On learners. It's what? It's through what? Experiences. Kno- Knowledge is personal what? Activity. That is what they're also coming out with. Their knowledge, source of knowledge is what? Personal what? Activities. What we do, personal activity, what I do. This is how I learn to get it. This is how I teach to make my student understand. This is the method I use. This is the way I demonstrate the thing. Okay, I go in for lecture method. That is the way it is helping me. I go in for demonstration. That's the way it is helping me. I go in for a different strategy. That is the way it is also helping me. So knowledge is what? Personal activity. That is what they also believe. And knowledge is what? Socially what? Constructed. I construct my own knowledge. The constructivism. You construct your own knowledge. And so they give you a task, then you construct your knowledge around it. How? Why? Because they believe that you have source of knowledge already. Your mind is built up with what experiences that you can use those experiences to construct that knowledge. You are teaching your students and you ask them, um, I want to use example that is clear to everyone. For instance, you want to um I'm not getting a definite example, but you throw a question to your children, your people. You throw a question to your students. You see that they give different ideas. They give different ideas. They construct different ideas. This is the reason. The reason is that they have individual differences. They come from different places, and different places they are coming from. They already have a source of knowledge. They are also embedded in them. Due to that, they build on that knowledge to construct something around what you are asking them to bring about. They don't know whether it's correct or it's what is wrong, but you, the teacher, will shape their understanding whether this is correct or this is what a misconception. Because most of the constructed ideas are misconceptions based on their background, where they are coming from, individual differences. Most of them are misconceptions. So it's the duty of the teacher to shape and correct them that no, this is misconception. Okay, this definition Kofi gave, this definition Amma gave, adding them together suits what um, is already accepted, scientifically accepted. Then we go in for that one. So pragmatists believe that knowledge is socially what constructed. The word socially, where they are coming from, their social background, help them shape, bring forth what they have in mind on board whenever you throw a question to them. So that is the idea from the pragmatist. The source of knowledge is socially constructed. It's also personal activity. Knowledge cannot be imposed on the learner, like we said, because you construct them. Knowledge is experience, and knowledge is hypothetical and changing constantly. That is what the pragmatists believe. from this slide. Any question?
Hello,
Yeah, sir,
Hello,
my hand
sir.
is up already.
Please, I have a So, question. In this sense,
Okay,
then what is the
someone's
thin
hand is up.
line? Yes. My question Hello? Is, hello, sir.
Okay, someone is speaking. Who is speaking, please?
Rita please, first
Let me take it one by one.
Please, the name is Rita Bynum.
Okay, Rita. Okay, I can see
Yes,
your hand.
sir.
From there, I'll come to Gideon.
My question is, the clear difference between the empirics and the pragmatics, because with the we are talking about experience, and then with the pragmatics, they're also talking about social construction. And if I socialize, is it not experiencing that I'm getting? Because through socialization, I get the experience. So I want to know the clear difference between the two.
Clear difference between empiricists and the
Yes, and
pragmatists,
the
right?
pragmatics, yes, sir.
All right, all right. Let's address Rita's question first. Any suggestion? Any contribution to Rita's question?
Okay, sir.
The difference,
Let me come.
the clear difference between the empiricists and the
Sam,
pragmatists.
Sam around to help.
Okay, you can go
Okay.
ahead.
The empiricist believes in evidences. They believe
All
in
right.
evidence. If you say this is it, then give it to me. Let me see, or let me have a feel of it to know that what you are saying is true. But for the pragmatist, is saying that even if you are saying something which is still true, then let me also practice it. Let me have a real world experience about what you're saying. So the pragmatist is built in practical approach. It's built in practice. But the empiricist also just relies on the experience, on evidences. Anything that you present at all, they are okay. But for the pragmatists, we go into practice. Thank you.
Okay. Edward, are you contributing or you have a different question?
I want to contribute, sir.
Okay,
With
you can contribute, Edward.
Okay, with the empirics, they believe in authentic knowledge comes through the senses. So their emphasis is on getting knowledge via the senses. That is my difference. That is how I want to differentiate between the pragmatists. And the pragmatists, they believe that true knowledge is hypothetical and what? Changing constantly. So if you want to compare the two, I want to believe that the empirics are dwelling mostly on the senses, but the pragmatists believe that knowledge is hypothetical. It means intelligent guesses. You can get knowledge through an intelligent guess without necessarily using your senses. But with the empirics, they want to dwell mostly on the use of the senses in acquisition of knowledge. That is my take on that, sir.
So I also want to come in.
Sir, please, can you use a clear example to explain further what you just said? What the monfa topic be na monfa nye ine njade. What the structure of atom and how the baby na njade.
It's confusing.
Okay. Is someone coming or I should come in?
Sir,
please, I want to come in. Please, I want to come in.
Okay. Is it Joe or Gideon?
Joshua.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Joshua, come in.
Okay, sir. So when we talk about the pragmatic, the one that talks about experience. So one talks about experience and one talk about socializing. So when we talk about experience or the evidence, it means whether the thing is done or not. Just give me the evidence. And the one that talks about the socialize, it means that one deals with what the practicality of it. So we have practical, and then we have only what evidence. So when I go and do the something somewhere and bring me the evidence, I will accept it. But with the socialization, you have to involve in the thing, then you know how it is. So that is the little I have to say about it. One goes with what the practicality, how you perform the art, and you being involved in it. But one talk about okay, go and do it somewhere or do it somewhere and bring me the evidence out. This is it. Thank you.
So I also want to come in.
Okay.
The
Is it Gideon?
yes, Gideon.
Okay, Gideon.
So the empirics only believe in the use of the senses. That is, once you see it, once you touch it. For example, if they want to, we want to talk about learning, how learning can take place. Okay,
Experience.
they believe that the empirics believe that we can learn by seeing, we can learn by touching, we can learn by feeling it. Then the pragmatists believe that you can only learn when you constantly practice something.
Between the empiricist and the pragmatist. No? Say, what we need to
I was talking, but somebody was also there.
Yeah, who is talking? Gideon, I'm listening.
Gideon, so Gideon is talking now. I'm saying
Yes.
that the empirics believe in the use of the senses. So the sense in the sense that if learning will take place, then a student might see, a student might feel it, a student might touch this. That is what they believe in. Then, if it is about the pragmatics, then before learning can take place, then there should be constant practicing. So once you constantly practice, you can learn. But that of the empirics, they believe that before you can learn, even when you see, you can learn. When you touch, you can learn. I think that is the difference.
Okay, is someone coming in or she coming? Harriet, your hand is up. Are you contributing or you have a different question?
So please, I was going to say what the guy said. I was going to give
Gideon, what
example
Gideon
like
said. Okay.
yes, I was going to give example like for the empirics. Let's say that you are teaching electronic configuration or atomic structure. And then when you draw the atomic structure on the board, since the child is able to see it, maybe the child will acquire knowledge. Then
Yes,
for the pragmatic
pragmatics.
will ask what to go to the board and draw it him or herself to
Exactly.
get the knowledge because so you see there are some people that when they don't practice it themselves they don't get knowledge. Then for others too, as soon as they see it, they touch it and they feel it, they have knowledge on it. So that's my explanation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, madam,
Angela, Angela, are you coming in or you have a different question?
No, please, I'm contributing.
Okay, contribute. Angela is the last contributor. Then I'll come in.
Please, with the emphasis, what I have learned is that with them, you can touch, you can feel, but that whatever you get as your result becomes concrete. But when you look at pragmatics, it's because it is practical, and then sometimes it's guesses, not guesses. Then what you have gotten can also the knowledge you have gotten can also change. So where the emphasis is constant or yes, constant, the pragmatic can also change as more evidence or as more so that is my suggestion.
Okay. All right, thank you. So what I would say is with the clear difference with the emphasis, we talk about evidence with sense, evidence with our senses. That is the emphasis. And with the pragmatist, we are talking about doing. So the clear difference is doing with the pragmatist and emphasis.
Evidence.
A practical example I'll give is we've taken the student to the lab. We are testing for that's food test. We have our iodine solution and we have our BRS solutions and we are defining and we have our carbohydrate, the protein and the rest over there. Now we with the pragma let me start with the pragmatist. With the pragmatist, you add the iodine to the carbohydrate, we have a color change. That is adding it to the carbohydrate or whether the starch, adding it to it. That is the pragmatist. So they believe that knowledge is achieved by doing it. But with the empiricist, the student comes from outside. Maybe the student comes late. By the time the student comes, we've already finished the practicals, remaining the results. And the result is the students saw the color change, which is the blue black we are talking about. That was the color change. Now with the empiricist, using this scenario, the student that comes late becomes an empiricist for supporting the empiricist form of idea or source of knowledge. That I came to find out that although I didn't know how it happened, but I've seen that okay, this is the color change. That is by evidence. I've used my eyes to see. I am sensing it with all my senses. That is the emphasis. By the way, with the pragmatists, they did the practical. They did it. So that is a clear difference. You do it as a pragmatist, then you have the evidence of it. That becomes the emphasis. So without an evidence, emphasis do not have knowledge of anything. So the student that comes late, assuming the person did not come for the lab session, and you go to tell the person that, oh, when we finish the practical, the stars tend to blue black. The emphasis will never believe because they didn't see, because the student didn't come to the lab session. The student didn't see that this was what happened. That is the emphasis. So they will never believe unless you bring the student to the lab for him to see that okay, indeed there is a color change on the starch. That is what they are going to do. In the other way around too, when you send only the evidence to the pragmatist without him doing it or without her doing it, they also don't believe that knowledge. That no, this is what happened. They want to experience it. They want to have a real life what experience of whatever you want to do or you're talking about. They do that to solve problem. So that is a clear distinction between what the empiricist and the pragmatist. Is it clear now with Rita?
Say it's clear.
It's
Is
Then
clear.
it
It's
I
clear to
clear.
you?
can say, then with this,
Yes.
say we can say that almost, but if you take 100 people, or let's
Oh,
say
true,
learners,
Niyama.
then about 70% of the learners will be, or 70% of them will be empiricists, because most of the things that we teachers we teach, we just have the senses of it. That we with the evidence how the thing actually came about in a party. And most of the time the
Like
attention is not all that there. Oh, like this structure of atom and other stuff. If you go to the physics lab, how this happens and other stuff, we at times tend to just look at it, we explain, but how it even came about, there. And that's an answer to the so if that's the case, then and the funny thing is, those people are even referred to as the shakos. Or do they know who you are? You exams so but also a empirical point of view. Empirics is a young one, almost in the picture, and we normally refer to them as shakos.
Yes, what you're saying is true. There is no doubt about it. So even if you look at the publications of articles, you only focus much on what the methods that they use and the findings that they had. You were not part of the experiment. You were not part of the process, but you only have the evidence that okay, that is what is happening. So if you're saying that, I side with you that most of the people rely on empiricist point of view, where evidence are a fundamental point of knowledge. Most of the things we don't get involved. Most, not everything. Most of the things we don't get involved, but we get the evidence of it, then we use it. So if you are coming out with that point, I think that is fine. Any questions again?
No.
I have Frederick's hand up. Andrews or Frederick's hand.
say, what I want to bring on board is that for the first one, even when you tell the student, at the end of the day, we want the student to acquire knowledge or acquire certain skills.
Oh, it is not ready.
And we have
Yeah, Frederick, if you
individual
can hear me, you
differences
can
in
speak.
class. So when they are constructing the curriculum, they put all these aspects in it so that individual children will be able to acquire the knowledge and the skills that the teacher wants them to get. And since we are all different, some of the children, when you explain the things to them, they will understand. Others, unless you show the empirical evidence to them, you let them try and do everything before they can acquire the knowledge. That is what I want to bring on board.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for your submission.
Exactly, bro.
Any question? Any contribution? Okay. I cannot see anyone's hand up. So if that's the case, I can
Yes, sir.
continue. Is someone's hand
Yeah,
up?
continue.
All right. Then let me keep on sharing my screen. Or the phenomenologist, or the existentialist. They also have a belief in knowledge, and their belief in knowledge, they are talking about personal or subjective, personal and subjective. We just finished the pragmatics, whereby we said knowledge is constructed, and I said that with the knowledge construct, which is knowledge is socially constructed. With the knowledge of socially constructed, since the children are coming from different backgrounds, they have individual differences. You need to allow them bring on board what they have already in mind, and you shape it. Taking that idea, with the existentialists, they talk about the knowledge is personal and subjective. So what you believe or what you are talking about is different from what I'm also talking about based on where I am coming from. I cited an example using a house. So someone from Wale Wale or the northern part of Ghana, maybe the style of house is different from someone at the southern part of Ghana, the style of house. In that case, when a teacher is teaching and the teacher poses a question, what is a house? Or come and draw a house on the board. The person from the northern sector, how or where he or she has been living and what he or she has been living in as a house. That is
Doc line niko.
Mpacho break ana. Maybe I think it's on the
And,
line. That's all.
I
yes.
think with
And the
network.
network no.
network.
Network na say na say
Yeah.
na pani na.
Mepa
Network
mucho.
ayo.
His line,
More man.
his line has still go.
Okay. Mepa mucho. Those of you asking that
that we should change the time from Sunday to days that will favor the day. Please. I've done that. They said that there's nothing that they could do about it. The Sunday, unless we talk to the lecturer. Yes. It cannot be changed. So if we can talk to the lecturer about it, that one be fine. But for administration, I don't think there is something they can do about it for us. So the one complaining on the page rather, please stop.
Mama,
Because
I am at break.
we all knew the nature of I can't say the course before we entered. At times, yeah, we should sacrifice a bit. Why, Mr. Myers, I'm going to complain too much. Now, we should bear in mind, you said, this isn't the first batch. This isn't the first cohort to say. This is the third one. In Jacoban said, this third cohort, no more problem. I don't think so.
But to be frank with you,
To
be frank with you, I'm not a problem.
I have friends in the
That's
first
not how we
school.
plan for it. My draw timetable, I feel there every time I come by, you don't come. And you have been scheduling class anyhow.
In that secondary, so my class is peer to peer. First course, for not be a peer to peer. I have friends at that level. Almost on be a peer to peer. Let's run a problem for that boy.
Media two last week was a to one. I made it two. Nobody own up. Saturday, chemistry of course meant me and take part. Miss you be helping me out. Obia only up. And I said,
hello.
No,
I think Sister Couple is talking, right?
Yes, I'm one for themselves.
Hello.
That is what
I said.
You should have picked one person's contact and then you deal with the person directly.
Help you are.
No one will have
been for your own self.
No, I think in your cannot no credit. In the sense say yatra there one here. No, there at least somebody should one up and say oh, I can help and if
recording
say,
please the program is being recorded. So let's do our discussion.
Discuss this.
All right.
It will be difficult for one person to own up and say that, like he or she is coming up to teach one person who didn't get the concept. But if we organize as a group, okay, we are all deciding at this time, we are meeting as a group, we are going to do peer teaching. Someone said, we have friends in the first cohort, we have friends in the second cohort, even as we are speaking, the third cohort. I have friends there in the math department and the rest. They are doing peer teaching. They organize themselves with the math students. Let me tell you the truth. They are doing teachings whereby they are paying. Someone teaches them and the person is charging them. But our own, nobody is going to charge anybody. We are helping ourselves. So we can organize, okay, and somebody's free time would be my busy schedule. My free time would be somebody's busy schedule. This thing is about sacrifice. It's just 1 year sacrifice. And I don't that this 1 year that that Sunday, if you don't go to church, Jesus Christ or God is going to tell you that because of that you won't go to heaven. No. Sometimes we have to sacrifice. We Sunday, and I was talking to someone from UCC, and the person said we talk too much. And that is the gospel truth. Sometimes you go to the page and the comments are, excuse me to say, it's plenty, too much. Let us sacrifice our time small. We all don't have time. As I'm speaking to you, where I am sitting that I am talking, I'm at a workshop, but I have to squeeze time and do this. So it's about sacrificing. You have to sacrifice and do it. And back to Kathy's issue, we have to organize ourselves. As simple as that. We are all science students. Biology major, chemistry minor, physics major. So if biology people are having issues, okay, biology students, let's organize ourselves. If Monday or Tuesday, we all meet, we discuss. Chemistry students, where is the challenge? We all meet at this time, we discuss. Then when it comes to the general one, the psychology nature of science, it's all of us. Where are the challenges? Or we can even share the slides among ourselves. Okay, I will take slide one. You take slide two. Go through it, study it. When we come on board, you are going to teach us about the slide one. You are going to teach us about slide two. Then we share ideas.
Obia,
But if we do it
Oba na
talking,
meka
talking,
say,
talking, we will not
dumre
get
you know,
anywhere. Please,
Oba dumre you know, Oba na we
let's
two are
learn
the
to,
I want to do in
compromise
computers.
with each other, sacrifice as well. Thank you.
Once I created a group for that. Biology major, physics major, chemistry major, so that at least we can have this peer-to-peer discussion or teaching. But still, see, I said each
So,
one for himself. So God for us all. That is how I
so
see
madam,
it.
what I would suggest is that if you put it there, you are doing your work as the admin or the rep. You just put it there. Those that are interested, they should message you privately. Then you create that online something. They join, you do the discussion. As simple as
I
that.
put it there. It is
Mhm.
there. I said we should find time. We know that we have lectures Wednesday, Friday, and Sundays, the online lectures.
Yes.
So it is
And
there.
we said
We
we
should
should
find
find time.
time that we can have the
What time
peer-to-peer.
are we finding? So you do you know sometimes we have to stand on our authority.
Hello.
And right now I will tell you that the power has been given to you. So you
Hello,
can also find a
member.
time, a day. And now we all know we
We are
are
adults.
we are
Hello.
adults. Madam, I understand we are adults.
I put
Nobody is
pressure.
a
I
child.
can't force somebody to do something that he or she is not willing to do.
So those
After
that
that
are
one there,
willing,
we can't do it.
those that they are
But
willing, they will do it.
Please.
This is
it's been more
Hello.
this is
than
not the
1 week.
first time.
Oh.
It's not about those that they are willing. Sometimes
Hello.
I was saying, no, will be a bit me abuam. It's not just putting the message in the group and just expecting people to be DMing you. No, sometimes you can
Hello,
also pick someone's contact
Okay.
and then you call the
Listen,
person. You
listen. But
you
hello,
lay down.
if those if people they
Please,
The
post their
lecturer is
hello. I
back.
am
program
back.
on
He's
the
back. The
page,
lecturer is back. Please.
I
Hello,
think the
silence.
lecture.
Lecture is back.
Hello,
Lecture
please,
is back.
please,
Silence.
say
Hello.
it's back.
Hello,
Sorry,
silence, please.
I had my network was disconnected. Sorry. So what I was talking about was on the phenomenologists and the or existentialists, where they believe that knowledge is personal and is subjective. So before my network hanged me up off, I asked a question. If you have any challenges over here, you let me know. Then we address it. Any questions so far on that?
We can't see from the screen, sir.
Yeah, I've quit the screen. I'll say it.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
But were you seeing it earlier on? Were you seeing it?
Yes,
Yes, please.
yes.
Definitely.
I saw it earlier.
Okay, let me project the screen so that if you have any question, you can ask.
Yes, I said.
Okay, can you see it now? The screen.
Yes, please. I can
yes,
see.
All
please.
right. Okay, any questions so far?
So please, I think when you were explaining the essentialist and then the phenomenologist, then your network went off. So I think when you go through again and then we'll pick it up from there.
Okay, no problem. Let me take it once again. What I was talking about was the existentialists or the phenomenologists. What they believe is they believe that knowledge is personal and subjective, and this subjectiveness comes from where you are coming from, your background, where you are coming from. So I cited an example for leaves of a plant. When you ask a child or your student, what is the color of the leaf of a plant? Some will say yellow, some will say green. It's not that they are giving rude answers, but it's because of where they are coming from. Maybe where they've been living, they see the leaves over there are yellow. and where the other people are also living, they see the leaves over there to be green. So it left for the teacher to make that distinction that the yellow leaves might or is due to lack of some nutrients. Then you let them know the nutrients that are responsible for that. That brought about that change of color in the leaves. This this is what I talked about for the leaf aspect. And I also talked about the tree. When you talk about the tree and the shrub and the grass too, whereby I spoke about someone who has been living in Kakum National Forest, where the person has lived all over his or her life, and you ask a question about um, a tree to describe a tree. How the person is going to describe a tree might be different from how someone who has been staying in a zone where they see shrubs or grass as trees. They are also going to describe it in that way. They are also not giving rude answers, but it's because of where they are living. So the existentialist view of point is that knowledge that the student gives out are as a result of their being personal and being subjective. Already they know something. Don't forget we said they already know something. They know that's the community they've been living since childhood to adulthood. That's where the person has been living. So right now, if you are coming to tell the person that they believe that you have gone at the days or a long time ago, is false. It's going to be difficult, but still you need to let the person know the scientific acceptable definition or way of uh, handling what the person is having a misconception about it. That is basically what the existentialists and the phenomenologists they believe. So they believe that knowledge is personal and subjective. Knowledge is one's own unique perception or one's own world. That's perception about one's own world, how they view the world. That's their own perception about how they view the world. And their perception is based on where they are coming from, their background, their social background. That's that is the individual defined reality, truth and goodness. Education should be less formal. Curriculum should be more diverse and not common for all. So I was talking about curriculum being more diverse. In this case, whereby we are talking about some of the leaves being green, some of the leaves being red or reddish or yellow or pale, is the beauty of the curriculum development. If they are using the existentialist or the phenomenologist, their point of view, they need to go broader in a diverse way to explain that okay, some leaves can be yellow, some leaves are green. What are the result of or what causes the yellow? What causes the reddish color? The the curriculum needs to factor all those things by stating, for instance, maybe these are lack of some nutrients that are crucial to the plant itself and they are lacking it. The curriculum should do the honor to explicitly bring that one out. As a result, school exists to aid children in knowing themselves and their place in the society. That is what they believe in it. Students learn what they want and discuss subject freely. They learn what they want and they discuss subject freely. That is what the phenomenologists are talking about. Students also create self-directed choices, and these self-directed choices I was talking about was that since the knowledge is subjective, they create it themselves, and the act of creating is they are directed by what their choices, what they see around them, what they have around them. That informs their decision to create that ideas or that perceptions. So it's not their fault, but it's where they have been living, where the things they've come across, what how they've seen, what they've touched, what they've been hearing, or what they've been associating themselves with. That brings them the source of what creating those ideas. In that case, basically we see that they the existentialist or the phenologist, they believe that the knowledge is personal and is subjective to, and is one's own unique what perception. That is what we I said before the network went off. Any questions so far?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Okay.
Any
Thank you very
question?
much. This is Festus. Yeah, this is Festus. If that is the
Okay,
case,
Festus.
then why if that is the case, have putting in all these different theories, why is it that the curriculum on which questions are set, summative, BEC, WASI, and other stuff, is not doing honor to those to some students in different areas? At first, when we were schooling in the early 2000s, we heard that science practicals, oh, tema 4 esonomo science practical questions. Na esono, yen say, oh, I know why science practical. We heard it. Whether it was true or not, that one I cannot tell. Now, BEC, being a teacher, I've seen that BEC, ye na actual question pay. WASI, ye na actual question pay. Now, we've also learned right from this thing which the curriculum that we are using, the new curriculum, the curriculum which we are using covers all these areas. And at the end, why officials take this and then they set the questions. So knowing all these shortcomings and other stuff that children from different society, from different background, learn in a different way. Some view their world in a different manner. And then the answer to question, Emma ain't cater for Ubia. Even to extent that even this year, you say, order that me have even the grading system, standing line, comparing Ubia offer for whatever you talk in the max to Accra, yeah, to someone living in Accra, mark, to extent that, well, Mr. Abufre, this child is very good in your class. Everybody know how bomb it. Everybody grade Abufre, who choose a teacher, no. Oh, then if that is the case, then it means that we have problem. We have problem with our curriculum.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Festus,
So,
Thank you,
what
sir.
exactly you brought it? Oh,
please, sir, can I come in?
I don't think the man
Hello,
is
sister, come in, what?
I think
his
I think
network is
the
working.
line has dropped.
His network is
Okay,
Go
his
ahead.
line has
Go ahead.
dropped.
Okay, sister,
He's
come.
on you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Okay, you can continue. You can continue speaking.
Sir, please, I'm not so. Our sister wanted to answer me, so I'm listening.
Okay, okay.
Uh, sir, sir Festus was saying something about the curriculum. Let us not all forget that with the issue of the curriculum, we have the old curriculum and now we are using the new curriculum. And with this new curriculum that we are using, it is more practical. It is more or less. It's a practical curriculum that we are using. So, if it is a practical curriculum that we are using, that is why we, the teachers or the facilitators, were told that when you go as a facilitator, don't just, I mean, though you are not going to be solely an observer, you be a partaker as well, but you allow the children to do most of the things. Initially, in the old curriculum, just as he said, in our days, the teachers will come to the classroom. They will just give us everything. At the end of the day, questions will be set for us. Whether we know or we don't know, we have to answer. But these days, the curriculum is saying that allow the children to have the experience. So that is, I think, what these people are trying to tell us, the pragmatic, the whatever they are trying to tell us. Allow the children to have the experience. So when a child experiences something, the child practices something, he or she knows that, okay, example, we are talking about acid base and salt. In our days, you were just told, okay, when you put this sodium this in hydrochloric acid, sodium hydroxide in hydrochloric acid, it will turn blue. How did that turn blue? We were never allowed to practice. But these days, the children have to what? Have a practical example. Okay, this is the hydrochloric acid. This is the sodium hydroxide. So if I measure this hydrochloric acid, then I add a drop or a drop by drop of hydrogen hydroxide into the hydrochloric acid. The solution has to turn to what? Blue. This child has practiced it, experienced it. So it has stayed with the senses. The child has known that, okay, if I do this, if I do that, it has stayed. And then coming to the BEC issue that he raised, honestly speaking, this time the BEC teachers, we have to be on guide and change our style of teaching, our style of setting questions for the students in our various schools. Why am I saying that? Because this time around, the marking scheme has been changed, and all the questions that for the past 2 years that has been coming is based on critical thinking. So if the child is not a critical thinker, the child won't be able to answer questions. You might think that the child from your school is very good, but that question, how did the child see the question? Did the child think critically about the question? So this time around, everything is critical thinking. So if the child is not a critical thinker, these issues are going to always pop up. So we, the teachers that we find ourselves in our various schools, it is our approach that we have to change. We have to now start with them, setting the critical questions from them from our side before they get to the final stage. Rather than that, this same issue, we will always have issues with the curriculum. But honestly speaking, the curriculum has no problem. The curriculum itself has no problem. So me, that is my suggestion.
Uh, all right, thank you, Rita. I can see Davidson's hand up. Davidson, isn't it a question or you want to contribute?
Yeah, so I want to react to what my brother and my sister said.
Okay, all right, we are
Yeah, in
listening.
the sense that how many of our schools here can boast of having a well-resourced science lab? None. Let's take schools in the hinterland. Some of them have not even seen a litmus paper before. So all that we are discussing is good, but it boils down to the government to set up these labs for us to achieve our aims as teachers. Some of the practicals, yes, we can do it. When it comes to filtration, we can improvise to get the materials. Others too, it is difficult for the teachers. Litmus papers, some schools find it very difficult to get them. Talk about the solutions, the acid, the base. Where are we going to get them from? So teachers can do their best, all right. But if the government doesn't do what is right, we always complain. For the curriculum is there, it is practical based. The curriculum is practical based, but do we have these resources to question we the teachers? Sometimes you yourself, you will learn, you watch videos, you wish you can go there and perform better, but where are the resources? Sometimes you know that you go to the classroom, these things that you are teaching, the children are finding very difficult to grab the concept. Something that should be done practically, you are teaching it what theoretically, simply because you don't have the materials. So the government will have to come in. You cannot blame the teachers all the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Davidson. Gideon, come in so that I address it and we move on.
So I also want to come in. And I don't also have any problem with the current curriculum that we are using. I always say is that the current curriculum is balanced, but a lot of we teachers keep on saying that we should give consideration to students in the hinterlands, because those in the cities have upper hand because they have seen maybe litmus paper, because they have seen this. I have been teaching science for some time, and whenever I get to farming as a topic, that is types of farming and the rest, I see that as a very big advantage on the side of those who reside in the rural communities. I was once taught by a science teacher, and these days, at the time, the teacher was teaching us about crops. And I realized that the type of crop the teacher was even teaching me, how it is being planted, the teacher didn't even know because he was coming from the city. So there was this question that the answer the teacher was giving was wrong. And I was a village boy. So I was giving the correct answer. And it became an argument between myself and then the teacher. My father had to come in to rescue me before the teacher could understand, because before the teacher he had not even seen a pod of cocoa before. So I've always said that there's a balance when it comes to those in the city and then those in the hinterland. So if those of us in the cities are doing well in the what do you call it, the litmus paper and the rest, those of us also in the village should also do well, because there's crops. Yesterday I was teaching something about types of farm animals, that is domestic animals. And these domestic animals, we see them in the villages. We don't normally see them in Accra and the rest, because when some people are living, they will not even have an advantage to see any animal around. But we in the hinterland, we see most of these animals. We go to farm, we practice mixed farming ourselves. The students themselves practice it. We teachers in the villages, we do all these things. And so I see there's a pure balance. So I don't see any reason why they should have a consideration for students in the city and those in the hinterlands. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. So
Sir,
the
please, before you end it, I think my colleagues didn't get me. Sir, we are saying that those
Sir, please,
that is
I have
the
something to add.
I can't even pronounce the name. The
Because God
you see, they
Eh,
see
brofo.
whatever. They see their wealth in their own manner too. And then knowledge is what personal and subjective. Curriculum too should be more diverse and not common for all too. And this boils up to the end of the day. That is setting of questions where this thing is contracted by WAEC and the other stuff, the examination bodies. So I'm saying that going on these days, we heard that there were some questions for this group of people. There were some questions for, I don't know the iota of truth though. But if we are emphasizing more on these theories of the curriculum, then I think it is high time we hit on that, so that at least everyone will have his own share. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the curriculum
That,
is
that,
not
that
balanced.
is
I
why I
never
thought
said
there
the
is balance.
curriculum is not balanced.
My hand
That
is
is why
I
I
up.
thought
never
there
said
is
the
all right,
curriculum is not balanced.
okay, I get you. I Mercy, your hand is up.
You
Mercy, Mercy,
just
Mercy, your hand is up.
I disagree with what my brother just said, that those in the city and those in the interland, they are of the city, they are on the same scale. I disagree. And nobody, no child in the city doesn't having seen let's say domestic animal, as he has said. They go to the net, they see those pictures on the internet, even if they don't see it physically. They've seen video of those pictures, they've seen the if I
Practicality,
say images of
practicality,
those pictures. But
the
let's take
practicality
for
aspect. That's what
example
I'm talking
a,
about.
a PC, a computer. Even our textbook, how many textbook have those computers drawn in them?
Knowledge is hypothetical.
Then
All
they
right,
show
all
hypothetical
right.
and I
the
said the
fact
same.
Okay.
there. Knowledge is
There's two common
hypothetical doesn't
sets.
mean say there shouldn't be friends. There should be equal opportunity for all students. Assuming there is a child at Cambodia here
Uh-huh.
writing the same paper or somebody in Accra. At the end of the day, they are going to use the same grading system for them. Meanwhile, the person hasn't even seen a laptop,
Stamina.
friends, a PC before. So why do you say
Stamina.
they are there shouldn't be any form of friends as consideration for those in the interland, because simply
So
because maybe they have seen domestic animals and those in the city haven't seen domestic animals. It isn't
they have
fair.
Eh,
Thank
they
you.
have been seeing foreign animals.
All right. So thank you all for your submission, and I think I'm enjoying this because most of you are contributing. The issue here is, you see, we are talking about this the theorists, whereby
yeah.
this curriculum is informed, or the decision is taken by their viewpoint. But some dominate over others too. That is what we need to consider. Some dominate over others based on you see, we are now building upon it. It will get to a time where even the the foreign countries, they started doing it, whereby when you are teaching in a class, you don't set the same question for all the students. You look at their level of performances, then you set questions for them. So if a student is, maybe assuming you've grouped the student to A, B, C, and the A student are the good students, followed by the B and the C. A student questions are different from the B, and the B student questions are different from the C. But at the end of the day, you grade them based on their own level of performance. You don't do that comparison. So I know, and I think a time is coming whereby we will get there, as one of you raised that question. That if some people are having advantage over others, why don't we set the questions based on what they are experiencing? But we shouldn't also forget that whatever we are learning, we have what we say scientifically accepted. Once we deviate from what scientifically has been accepted, that is what we say is a misconception. Taking that one into consideration, the pragmatists, whereby socially constructed, they will construct their knowledge. The phenomenologists or the existentialists, they also believe in their personal beliefs or their subjectivity. They also bring out their construction of knowledge. It doesn't mean that what they are bringing is also right, but we are saying that based on where they are coming from, they also have a source of experience whereby it can influence them, or it informs or to give out that definitions or that suggestions. But it's the duty of the teacher, based on scientifically accepted, draw or distinguish between the pseudo ones from what the correct ones, the misconceptions from what the the actual things that we are talking about, which is scientifically what accepted. So my answer to the gentleman who has that question, the time will come whereby the curriculum will go into that form. Yeah, the curriculum will go into that form. But now where, or what we are using right now, it has not gotten to that stage. But as time goes on, and they keep on developing the curriculum, and every 10 years or 15 years thereabouts, they need to revise the curriculum. As time goes
Okay.
on, they will revise it, and based on learning experiences, they revise it, and it meets the students' standard and also what the teachers also need. So I think that is the answer I'll give it to you. I don't know if
So
you are
thank
clear with
you.
that one.
So thank you. Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so why?
All right. Then let's continue.
Mm,
We are ending at 8:30.
Aka 30.
Yeah, that was the time given to me by the course report. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Please, you said something about evaluating the students based on their strength. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
Charlie, me just what the name just no go me just
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, sir.
Hello, I can hear you.
You are like in some of the developed countries, they grade the student based on their strength. So if you have category A, category
Yeah.
B, and category C, so say in one class, how will you able to know that this kid is better than this? If you are grading them based on their strength.
I didn't you
Master,
know you know
ɛwɔ course
you just
outline mu ana? Ɛwɔ course outline mu.
Okay. All right. So quickly, let me address it. Then when we get there. So, as a teacher, whenever you go to a new class or you get new students, we have something called assessment, diagnostic assessment, whereby you give it to them. That is to start a course or a program or something you are coming to study. This assessment will determine the strength of the students. So you do this assessment to know the strength of the students. For instance, you get fresh students from different class, they come to your class and you are giving them standardized questions of which you know that 50% is a pass mark and you're expecting more than half of the class to get 50% because it's standardized. It's not difficult questions. And the students are getting most of them are getting it wrong and some are also getting it correct. You can also proceed to give another one just to confirm to see. So you give a diagnostic assessment, you have gotten the results. The result is abysmal, which is not good. You bring in an intervention as if you teach the same topic or you teach the same concept. After that, you give another assessment again around the same area, and that particular student is still getting it wrong. That is how you're going to be able to determine that the level of understanding is not equal to the level of understanding to maybe Kofi or Amma. That is how you are going to use to group them. So as time goes on, that is how you are going to know the way you are going to handle those students. You are going to engage them in a different way from the others too. So that is how you used to get to know. Is
Sir,
it okay
thank you
now?
very much. Yes, please.
All right, then let's move on. Let's note that it is very important to consider each perspective as it relates to the following. So all the perspectives relate to the following. It relates to the learner, which we know that is the student or the people. It relates to the teacher. It relates to the method, the methodology, the strategy, the teaching approach. It relates to what? The curriculum. Those perspectives. We've already known that the curriculum goes in for, or you can develop the curriculum focusing on these theories to inform the decision to draw or design the curriculum. You have additional ones where we should take into consideration the learners, the teachers, the method, and the curriculum. We have a table here that summarizes everything. So the table summarizes the perspective. With the table, we have the headings, the perspective, the learner, the teacher, method, and the curriculum. And that is for the rule aspect. And with the column, we have the rationalists, the empiricists, the pragmatists, and the existentialists or the phenomenologists. The phenomenologists. Under the learner, with the learner, when we take the rationalist, and we know what the rationalists believe. They believe that the knowledge exists in what in their mind. That true knowledge exists in our mind. With the learner, what the learner do is what the learner becomes the recipient of the information. Our learner here becomes the recipient of the information. The teacher here becomes the source of idea, fact, and information. meaning the teacher gives what? The information, and the learner becomes the recipient under the rationalist. The methods, they dwell in someone is speaking if the person can unmute for me. The method dwells in lecturing, subject matter based. Subject matter based. That is the method of the rationalist. When we talk about the curriculum, we talk about the subject matter of symbols and ideas. Subject matter of symbols and the idea. I'll brush through it and I'll come back. If you have any question, we take it one by one. With the emphasis we know that they deal with what? Evidence, the sense of their senses. They use their senses. Without evidence, they don't believe anything. What the learner do, they are also recipient of information when it comes to this perspective. Considering the learners and the emphasis aspect, they are recipient of what? Information. So they receive. How do they receive? They receive by observing, by touching, by hearing. That's why how they receive. The teacher, what does the teacher do? The teacher demonstrates. The teacher demonstrates the process. And the learner, so you go to the lab with them. Now the teacher will demonstrate. The learner's duty is to receive the information. Wait to see the end result of what comes out as the teacher goes on with the demonstration. The methods teacher can use, and the lecturing method, the lecturing or teacher centered approach, the teacher centered approach. Why? Because this time around, the teacher is the one doing, so the teacher is the centered one. This is teacher centered. The teacher is demonstrating. The students are just waiting to get the results, receive information. And what the curriculum talked about, that's the subject matter of the physical world. The subject matter of the physical world. Don't forget about the content we are talking about over here. As someone has the difference between the subject matter and the content. They are pragmatists under the perspective. You know that the pragmatists, they are used for what? Doing. Knowledge exists as doing. You do the thing. If you don't perform, if you don't perform the task, if you don't do the task, then they don't consider it to be a source of their knowledge. What the learners do is they experience the knowledge. They do some, they also do it. They experience it. And the learners are not just observing. When they observe, they go to the emphasis. But when they are experiencing it, they are doing it. They have the real practice of the thing. Then that's how the learners also get it. The teacher now becomes the researcher, the project director. The teacher becomes the director, directs the process. So most of you have been bringing the litmus paper in. We are testing for acid and we are testing for base. We use the blue litmus paper and the red litmus paper. It changes in color. So we have the blue litmus paper. You put it in one of the solution that we don't know whether it's acid or it's base, and it change color red. We have another one, blue litmus paper. Uh, red changes to blue and blue changes to the other colors too. Then we know that this is the solution that we are talking about. Although the solutions have not been labeled, but that is what we will have to get at the end of the day. Or you can also get the solutions labeled. We get the base, we get the acid. Then you do it. What the teacher does is the teacher will just direct the student. Everyone should pick the blue litmus paper. Okay, you take two blue litmus papers. You dip one in the acid, you dip one in the base. Then we see which one has the color change. Okay, we know that this is having the color change. There is no color change. Or if there is no color change, meaning this is a base, this is an acid. When there is a color change, we take another litmus paper to red litmus paper. The teacher directs. So that's the duty of the teacher. using that perspective, the role of the teacher. Which methods does they use? Inquiry. You inquiry base. You want to find out what is happening. That is you inquire. That is the inquiry base that you're using. Participatory. The student participates. That is the method that they use. Everyone should pick the red litmus paper, the blue litmus paper. Okay, you pour some of the acid into a beaker, you pour some of the acid into the base into a beaker because you don't want to waste all the solution. Then you start dipping it in it. You observe the color change. Problem solving. That is also a way of how the pragmatists also go about their teaching. You want to do it. So once we are performing, once we are doing the task, we are solving a problem. That's real world problem solving. That's a way of also um, handling it. That's the methodological aspect of handling it. Like someone said, now this person that counts are practicals. So if you don't think critically, it's difficult for it. The questions are going to be difficult for you. So you think critically, and it seems like you are demonstrating it. You are performing the task, although you are having a paper and set of questions on it. But the answer they are expecting you, the examiners are expecting you to give out answers that shows that you are doing something. So now the performing here is not at the lab but on the paper, which is almost equivalent to what you're doing at the lab. That is for the pragmatist. The curriculum that's problem solving and hypothetical, subject to change, problem and projects. We move on to the knowledge is personal, knowledge is subjective. That is the existentialist. And the learner, what the learner do is the ultimate chooser search for personal identity. How do they search for personal identity? That is where I come from. That is where we know. That is what we've come across. That is what I know. That is what we've been doing. That is what we've been saying. That is what it means. So that is the identity, their personal identity. Meaning you ask a question in a class and the students or the people will give an answer, and clearly you know where the person is coming from, the background, the cultural background the person is coming from, because of the answer the person gave. You know that the environment has influenced the person's decision, has informed the person's decision in giving that answer. Basically, that shows the person is identifying himself. That is for search for personal identity. The teacher now becomes what? A facilitator. They are giving their own experiences as the answer. They are constructing their own knowledge. What the teacher do is you become a facilitator. You direct them. Okay. So at the end of the day, all that you said is correct. But this is how the whole thing goes about. This is how the whole thing happens. This is how the whole thing is trying to mean. Then you explain. You become a facilitator. So you direct them. You direct them to know what is scientifically accepted and what is pseudo science as well. Pseudo science, something um, that we think that is scientific, but it's never scientific. As you've done that one in nature of science. The method that you use is what? The inquiry and what? Discovery. Inquiry and discovery method. So they inquire, um, they discover. You let them bring what they have in their mind on board. Then we explore, we expand it, we build upon it. That is what we discover through that. We discover a lot of things. Because it will surprise you that the student will bring out a definition of something, or we describe a concept or an aspect of something where you, the teacher, you've not even come across it before. Not that you are not a good teacher, but because of where you are also coming from, your background, or where you've been living, you are not familiar with those things. But due to that personal or subjective idea the student is bringing on board, it will help you at discover. So we use the discovery what approach in teaching. With the curriculum, that is subject matter of our choices, not rigid. It's not rigid, but subject matter of our choices. That is that for the perspective, the learner, teacher, method, and curriculum. Under all the four perspectives, the rationalist, the empiricist, the pragmatist, the phenomenologist, or the existentialist. That is how the relate with learner, teacher, their method, and the curriculum they use. Any questions so far?
Sir, please, I would like to ask a question.
Okay, you can go ahead and ask.
I would like to ask if this 90-page slide we are discussing now is what you're supposed to know for the whole block, or there is more. Thank you.
All right. So this is the slides you'll be using
Please,
this
for the
block.
whole block. Okay, thank you.
Yes. If there is any changes, I will let you know.
Hello, sir.
Sir, my hand is up.
Okay,
Hello,
you
sir.
can go ahead.
Sir, please, are you going to get slides for this course?
Okay, I will let you know through your course rep.
I am the course rep.
Okay, you are the course rep.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I will let you know so
Okay.
that you let the class know.
Okay, sir.
Because
Thank you.
I am thinking about one thing that if you get a slice, most of you will not attend. You see, it's an online meeting.
Oh, I'm
Hello,
not
sir.
sure
Oh,
they will,
sir,
we will do that.
Hello,
we beg.
Sir,
Even having the
hello,
slides will
sir. This
guide
one,
us, will help us. You've been asking us
online
questions,
online.
and when we have it, it will help us a lot, so that we can answer your questions well.
It
We
will
beg.
even help us to
sir,
prepare
don't
ahead
worry,
before we.
I'll send it.
So I forget.
Sir, we need us offline.
Twenty
We need
now.
us offline.
After that, you will
You get it.
Please, the
so
lecture is not over. Let's discuss it after the lectures, please.
So whatever be the case, the course rep, I'll be in touch with you.
Oh, amen.
Okay.
Any question again?
Yes, sir. Sir, please, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Solomon. I majored in physics, but
Okay,
the lecturer wasn't. We couldn't find. The meeting could not come on. That's
all
why I
right.
joined the biology class. I want to know. Are we going to learn the same thing? Is the course outline the same, or there's a
No, the
difference
lecture is not
with
over.
those who are doing the? Please, he has allowed me to ask a question, so let me go ahead with the question.
Please finish with the ending. I didn't get it. Someone
Yeah.
interrupted.
So, I when it's time for physics lectures, are we going to do the same thing that we are doing now, or it's going to be a different thing altogether?
Please, as I
Okay,
guess
so
what you should be asking
um,
after the lesson.
I will find out from the physics lecturer. And whatever be the case, too, your course rep will let you know. So I'm taking note of your concern.
All right.
The physics
Okay.
people, how many
Thank
are
you.
you?
I don't know about the rest, but I'm around.
So how many groups am I having right now? Am I having chemistry people to join in?
No,
I think
this
they
one
had
is
their
supposed to be.
meeting.
No,
This
It
one is
just
supposed to
ended.
be for
they had
biologists.
their separate group
This one is for
link to join.
Yeah. So this is biology, right?
Yes, this is for
Yes,
Yeah.
biology
please.
students.
So how many physics people are joining right now?
That one we can't know it.
Okay.
It will be
So
hard. I'm
I'll
not
I
going to.
don't think there is any physics student among us because they also had their link.
Yes.
But the meeting could not come up.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Okay, because with what I have over here, my records, I have 73 joining or 72 joining. So I was thinking that
Yes.
all of you were biology students, not knowing that we have physics people to be part
We
of it.
have intruders.
I think if it's the same course, then there's no problem joining biology
No, you are
class.
doing a curriculum in physics studies or
No,
whatever. You will be doing physics.
How
there is
can
an
This is
aspect
for
there is
biology.
an
So
aspect.
it's
physicists
still the
biology?
same thing. It's still the same thing, Anna.
No, it's
No,
not
it's
the
not the
same
same
thing.
thing.
It's not the same.
There are some aspects that are the same that's across biology, physics, and chemistry. And as you move
Across
along too,
curriculum.
we have aspects that deals with chemistry, handling biology, and handling physics. But we don't have the
Please,
wide distinction with it.
No, sir.
so please,
Okay.
pay
Sir.
what we did for today.
Hello, sir.
Is it not for all? What we did for
Uh-huh.
today.
So
I
what
think today is
I
our
explained
first
What
time.
what
Is it not for
yeah
all?
what
for no, it's for
yeah what you're
biology
doing right now is
students
for
or it's for physics
what
students. This is for biology students, right?
Kavi,
Guys,
where we have reached
the time is not up,
you
but we are
you
this
still
using this
meet
for
the
time to.
biology
same you still
students.
meet the same
Oh,
technology.
No, this platform was
Hello,
created for the biology students.
the biology.
It's not for the physics students.
What I'm saying is we have some content where it
Yes.
cuts across all the three disciplines: chemistry, biology, physics. You get it over there. Like where we
Yes,
were,
but curriculum studies in biology. Is it for physics students?
They also have theirs.
you still meet
Yes,
those
they use
Curriculum
technologies over
studies
there.
platform.
in biology,
But
physics,
this
and
is for
chemistry.
biology.
Uh-huh.
Hello.
They had their link. We had our link, and chemistry also had their link. So if anyone is here who isn't a biology student, I don't know
So
why
some
he
of
or
them.
she is here.
and we have
He or she
allowed
should
this
have
person to
joined their
interrupt the
link.
lesson.
So the next
Oh,
that
Let's
Yeah,
move.
that's
Let's move on
why he
before the
has
time
been
is up.
nice. Huh? So, I don't think anything bad about this.
you are interrupting the lesson. The lecture is not over, and you have brought in this thing. Let the lecturer finish whatever he's doing. When he's done, we can
That is
ask him
true.
any question. The time is not
That
up,
is
but as a physics student, you have interrupted our lesson.
Oh yes.
Eh?
You have
Please, let's be
allegedly
serious here. The lesson is not over. We are complaining too much.
It is true.
All right.
It is
So
true.
it's getting to time. Let me quickly rush on
Yes, the
some
lesson is
so
not
that
over.
next week when we meet, we'll take our time to go through. Yeah. Let me quickly
Mr. Bob
run
and
through some.
Rita, please mute yourself.
Are you jealous because biology students are having class and you physics you are not having class or what?
Hey. I think it was the physics student who were complaining that much.
Can you unmute yourself for me? I'm sharing my screen.
What you are doing is not fair.
Now we move on to approaches to develop a curriculum. Approaches that you use to develop a curriculum. Since our time is almost up, I'll mention the approaches. Then you jot it down. You read something about it. When you get the slides, you use the slides as a guide. If you don't get the slides too, you do a search on it. But with the slides, I'll let you know. I don't want to make a quick decision, but I'll let you know with the slides. It's obvious you need to get it, but I'll make a decision with it and I'll let you know. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yes,
so we
sir.
are on approaches to develop a curriculum or curriculum development approaches. Although there are a lot of approaches to curriculum development, three will be discussed over here. We are going to focus on only three. These are subject-centered, integrated, and competency-based approaches. Subject-centered, integrated approaches, and competence-based approaches. I'm rushing through it so that you grab out something. Next week when we meet, you take it from this list. Then we move on. With the subject-centered, we are
We
talking
can't
about the.
see the screen. Oh.
You can't see the screen.
Yes, please.
It is visible. It is visible. It is clear.
Please,
So it is clear. It is not there.
you can leave the page and you rejoin. It's
Let's start.
subject-centered. When you talk about subject-centered, we are talking about subject specialists define the content required for a particular level. Meaning, when we come to the science disciplines that we are talking about, the physics, the chemistry, the biology, if you want to develop a curriculum, we consider the specialists in those subject area. If you want to develop a biology curriculum, we focus or we dwell on what? The specialists in biology. If you want to develop a physics or chemistry curriculum, you focus on or you dwell or depend on what? The specialists for those disciplines, the physics and the chemistry. That is what the subject sentence is talking about. Subject sentence, specialists, subject specialists define the content. They define the content. If photosynthesis, they define photosynthesis. What is photosynthesis? How is it? How is it occurring? Where does it occur? How are you going to teach it? They also play a role when you are developing a curriculum. You can't develop a biology curriculum without consulting a biology specialist. So if you look at the new biology curriculum, you will see those who contributed to the. I don't know if you've seen some before, one before. You will see those who contributed to it, those who reviewed it, those who wrote it. You will
Yeah.
see all those people with their names over there, with their positions, some where they even teach, the school they teach, the high schools they teach, the universities they teach. You will see all those over there. They are biology experts. They consulted them before developing a curriculum. So in the approach of developing a curriculum, you need to consult these people. So they are the subject centered. You consult the subject specialists in doing this. This approach uses series of discrete, independent disciplines in the curriculum. That is what I've talked about. That is subject centered. It assumes that the knowledge gained from each subject will help produce competent scientists. Subject knowledge gained from each subject. So subjects, the biology, the chemistry, the physics, knowledge gained from them. These experts will produce competent scientists. Because if you have a specialist for biology, um, a specialist for chemistry, a specialist for physics, and they are bringing out their knowledge in that field. You see, the
Atiko.
they call the subject specialist. They they also discuss it and they bring out their final verdict, whether the question is wrong or the question is correct, or the answer given was correct or the answer given was what. All right. These are people when developing a curriculum, you fall heavily also on them. The availability of time influence how much each subject should be taught. Availability of time when you are developing a curriculum under the subject centered. The availability of time. Some topics demand more time than other topics. So the availability of time. If you are adding different things to get your goal. So you bring different aspects, different discipline, you link them together. So
So, so your network is breaking. Oh, we are not hearing anything.
Yes,
The network is very poor. It's not helping us at all.
In fact, the network has broken.
Even it's almost that.
Mend them, and let's go.
Wahala, oh, wahala.
Man can say be the man can never
Oh,
exams.
and only as them know.
Let's talk.
Listen here, Uber. Now you guys are talking. Unless you
Uber.
question, ask me a next question.
Yeah, you're quite exams, you.
Oh,
Listen.
Cause where they want now this lines in the mind one.
Any course of mine.
Kavu.
Yes, I'm here.
But you know, I don't you have this slide?
No, I don't.
Kavu.
Yeah.
I think you have this slide already, but you don't know.
Where is it?
We have this slide. You see, we are talking too much. We have this slide already, but we are not able to read.
We don't have. We are talking too much.
Please, where is the
Keep quiet.
slide?
Master.
We talk.
Please, is this class will be permanent or on Wednesday or it will be changed?
Yeah, it's a permanent class. No change.
Oh, but today I just joined the class. I didn't know that we have a class today.
Please come again.
I said I didn't know that we'll be having class today, so I just joined.
Oh.
The timetable is in the page.
See it earlier, so I went somewhere. I just joined the class. I didn't know that we have class.
The way some of us, we have started this class long ago, but every day we get somebody to come to the platform and say, I don't have this, I don't have. We have been posting the timetable almost every blessed day, but people keep on coming to the platform to complain that.
Is it last Wednesday they posted it? We didn't have the class. Yes, so I saw they postponed it, so I don't know. I didn't know.
Sure, your data is on almost every time. Make sure you follow the platform because every morning we keep on asking ourselves, do we have lesson today? Then those who have the knowledge about it tell us, oh yes, we have it today. Then keep on. Make sure you call the concept.
Please,
Make sure you have a
it's
concept. Make sure you
lectures.
communicate
You
with
know,
those
I
who
think
receive
I think some people are still joining.
it.
It's lectures over.
Some are joining.
So when you are joining, make sure you have the concept number.
So had a
Privately,
date
sometimes you
admissions. I
can
think
Oh,
someone
okay,
contacted
noted.
me already today for the slides, and I sent it to him. So if it's or you can't find it, if you contact me, I will give it to you.
Okay,
Mentally,
then
right?
I'll
He's going
contact
to
you to have
contact me.
the slide. Okay.
Which of them? I do have nature of science and what we just did. There are no slides as at
The
now.
curriculum studies in biology, the one that we are doing now.
There is
Have
no
we?
time, so don't come for that.
Have we?
I wouldn't get it. Yes.
Have we? This slide you have
Yes.
it, but you don't know that you have it. You have it, but you are not aware that you
I
have it.
posted it.
So go through
I
what
have
you
posted it.
sent to me. So go through the slide that you sent to me the very first day we met. It is there because I am using it on my laptop. It is there. You have it, but you are not aware that you have it.
Abrante wee simple ọmụ nso onim a wo a
Read your name.
wo afade ne ma yɛ ne
Please resend it. It's not a problem. Resend it to the group. If you have,
I can go back to the chat.
But we have a slide. It was posted to the group some time ago.
Please, who said I sent it?
Gideon.
Gideon, okay. Gideon. Please do send me your WhatsApp.
Kokumi o wa fama eni
Festus, whoever you go.
What question? Who said the first day you met? You met at first. But we are question the one only. For me, we met at
you didn't meet anywhere. Oh, okay, I'm doing it. Don't worry.
Kokumi.
Yes.
Let me ask this question.
This is the class over.
This course that we are reading for this block.
The letter is
for this block until the lecture joins. Let's talk about certain things.
Hello, this is the class
We are
over.
doing 5 subjects, right? It seems the education courses is it more than the actual subject area that we are pursuing? For instance, if we are majoring biology. I said, looking at the number of subjects that we are pursuing for this blog alone.
Yes.
Please, is the class over?
Hello, Osakino. I didn't know that
Please,
you are not here.
back.
You are not listening. Or the network
Oh,
was
okay.
breaking. So please, where did you get me?
Sir. You're welcome.
Where did you get to? I've explained everything. I didn't know where I left you off.
I'm asking either the class is over.
Please, it's not over. It's not over.
The class is not over. The lecture hasn't closed the class, so class is still.
Please, you were talking about
I was discussing the
subject
subject
centered.
centered. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. What about the integrated approach? Did you get that one?
You were explaining it when the line was off.
Oh, okay. Then sorry. I finished everything. I thought I was still on the line. Then let me quickly rush through so that because that is where we'll be ending. Let me quickly rush through. So with the integrated approach, what I was talking about was with this approach, we dealt about different approaches, different disciplines that comes together with the integrated approach. That is the integrated approach. So different disciplines. That is where we get it. So have the we have the biology specialist, we have the chemistry specialist, and we have the physics also specialist. What they do is with this approach, you consult all of them. There is a link. You'll be teaching a topic in biology where you get to your point. You need the idea of chemistry. You need the idea of biology to help you go through with the explanation. That is what we.
Hey, Uncle Ebenezer Heto.
Yes.
You are
Talking about
manufacturing
the
noise.
integrated approach, whereby you learn biology at a local area compared to the same teacher performing an experiment in the city with under the same condition or similar conditions, under the same conditions or similar conditions. So with this approach, we dealt about what the competency over here. That is what we basically handle with or we do with the competency. When we are given an instructional time, available instructional time, you'll be able to perform this. You'll be able to perform experiment wherever you find yourself under whether similar conditions or the same condition. I want to utilize and I want to share with you so that you see where I'm taking it from. That's the last point I'm ending with. Sorry, that's the last point I'm ending with. That's the competence-based approach. With the integrated approach, like I said, it's a linkage of discipline, subject matters to get to a specific definition. You dwell on different subject matters. But with the competency based approach, it deals about your competency, your level of competence, how you can perform one experiment, or even if you are teaching, how you can use the same approach at the local level to perform an experiment at the whether you find yourself in the city or any place, showing that competency over there. So that's what I was talking about. The integrative approach, this approach tries to link the subject and discipline, like I've said. It moves away from just giving junk of information in subject-centered approach in making connection. So in subject-centered approach, we are talking about just the content, but here we are talking about connections. It is a hope that the learner will be able to identify the linkage among various disciplines. I've said that with a concept in biology, you get more uh, different disciplines to help you explain a concept. For instance, we are talking about the ecology aspect where you are measuring or you are calculating for number of species. You need some calculations over there. When it's about genetics and you want the bonding, the adenine and the thymine, the structure of the sugar and all those things. You also fall on what chemistry. So you clearly know the various disciplines for the integrative approach. With a competency-based approach, the curriculum is organized around function of scientists in specified setting. The output of curriculum is a person who can practice at a defined level of proficiency in accordance with conditions, with accordance with local conditions or any conditions or similar conditions when you demonstrate the level of competency or proficiency. It is assumed that majority of individuals can master the required level of proficiency given appropriate instruction and sufficient time. That is what the curriculum seems to achieve when you are developing, things that we should also consider. In this approach, the setting within which scientists will operate determines which his level and type of proficiency. That is all that also said about the competency-based approach. So basically, that is what I said from the subject center, the integrative approach, and the competency-based approach. At this juncture, this is where we end today. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. We'll go over, God willing, when we meet next week before we move on to the subsequent slides. Any questions so far? It's past time. Any questions so far? Any questions so far?
No, sir.
Okay, if no question, most of you have started leaving. I think at this time I'll let you have the platform and I will leave.
No question.
We are meeting
Please.
next we are meeting next week. We are meeting next week, Wednesday, the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And I hope all the explanations are clear to you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, sorry
Thank
I
you
didn't
very
let you
much.
see my
Yes.
face.
God bless you
Maybe
for your
1 minute
time.
I can
Hello, sir.
unmute my yes.
Hey, please can I come in?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, you can come
Hello.
in. Hello, you can come in. I'm listening.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, please, on the integrated approach, could you please share your
Okay.
screen on that for a few seconds? I didn't get that.
All right. Can you see it now?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, it's okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Any questions so far?
Sir, please, everything is clear.
Sir, please,
All right, if everything is
do you
clear.
talk about the competency base?
Yeah, I spoke about it. I spoke about the competency base. The competency
Thank you very much for
talking
your
about the
time.
competency base is your competence, the competence you have when you are given an instructional time perform a task. That is what the curriculum seems to talk about when you are given a task to perform, whether under the same conditions or similar conditions, whether you are performing the task at where you are teaching right now or you move to a different school. The same topic that you are teaching, the competence you have to teach the same topic in a different school. That is what the curriculum seems to have. If it's a practical session, same practical that you did at your school, if you're able to do the same thing in a different school, whether it's a city school, whether it's a local school, whether it's a moderate or intermediate school, anywhere you find yourself that you can able to perform the same thing, that becomes the competency that curriculum seems to speak about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sir, we are grateful for your time. Thank you and
I'm
God
also
bless you.
grateful for your time too. And God bless you all too.
Amen.
All right, so have a nice time too. Bye.
Okay, thank you.
Stay
Bye.
blessed. Bye.
Amen.
Let's come. Hello, Madam Gafi.
Oh, Subiana. I'm an uncle for system.
Why can't they be in Joko? Say problem be any.
There was so many questions in my
But then,
last question.
Sir, we now the mede two muna or be more say I should send it through PDF no on. Hello?
Hi.
Aha, sir, we now the two muna try and get it. Unya on saka. In fact, Kafina not man, but name the content. He didn't even know the content. It is believed say program na the entire program no or my compressing into one and there was with past questions and the rest was so. Until try and then get that one. When you get that one, try and open it the time. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Media two. And I may just say media two. But I don't know how you guys are opening that into me. You know.
Now, when you actually zip banana.
Aha.
Now, much zip will be also there.
The mattress zip no. And no ubia. Your program na was so. Was with past questions. With exercises near there. Was so try and then open that one. When you open that one, mo be MBA and Cafe say obetumi ache me I don't know because me dey what say name no me be straight away. The cafe is obetumi actually how to unzip it. Until you can call cafes privately and then she will guide you how to open it. Who open now? And America say there's no need for us to ask any lecturer say give us the slide, give us because all the slides are there. We have it already, but we are not even aware.
All right, Mr. Kumi, if you can resend into the group for us.
I have sent it right now.
Okay, machine.
So I'm not a computer person. I cannot help you. So then the guy who sent the lady who sent to me said she can help. So you can call her privately, then she will guide you how to do it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
But
Mr. Kumi, Pacho, Munche Chembe, Mukakra. Course, yeah, you say, or biology major. Near biology major for biology major, chemistry minor. And the chemistry for chemistry major, biology minor, and I just hello. Okay, introduction to biology, introduction to organism, any introduction to the hydrocarbons. Both major for na na minor for na so ya na say na edu chemistry no chemistry for no major chemistry na biology for at this moment this first blog
introduction to organic chemistry no. Introduction to organic chemistry no. And no yeah biology major no. Yeah no as a core. And now almost no chemistry no almost as core. So what is it? You do chemistry.
It's exam time, no. It's exam time. Ne patrol, Miss Baby. It's exam time, no. Your course is very different, and now they never talk chemistry.
There be. To say, oh yeah, pure physics or SS. Now will be here. Nicole, we now move to the same question. Say yeah biology. Or SS. Integrated science no. Say no biology for question. Then no history for question. Or integrated science. And in the end, you buy the same question.
No, they check the chemistry for ba online. Let's say chemistry for online lectures. I say join you movie.
Introduction to organic chemistry. A call. To say a call. Introduction to organic chemistry.
Okay.
Into chemistry as major, almost baby. And yeah biology no as a major yes you be call introduction to organic chemistry a call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baba ni sana do you have
introduction to organism.
upper hand on that?
Biology.
Na edu biology so a yen so a biology main no ye benya upper hand on the curriculum no. So what I say? Yen so upper hand on the curriculum.
Kukumi facho to sisi ayo prepare them enemy. Last week say bacteria. Says he was introduction to organisms. So organism. No. Or biology major or bacteria and as organism. Be sasuna. Or biology minor. So bacteria
The same thing.
Yeah, because biology minor no yeah bacteria ni bio. Omo yeah biology minor no bacteria no mo nye bio.
Hey,
and then group because also beard science the main page beard science and find in through your madam Kawi biochemistry what is it she see a course
obi anim timetable yani a friends a biology major no ko yani a biology major yani sa bacteria no bacteria ye main area what you say aha nti omo ya chemistry major no omo ya biology ni bi sa omo nye bi
nti azam kan omo
nti omo ya chemistry major no omo ye den biology
don't think about them omo area let's think about ourselves. What I say first off you do biology I know say we biology so let's think about ourselves ono so de onim no o de oye no ono be ya ne de chemistry say chemistry omo ye de so omo ye de no enfa ye ho ye de enim say biology for no ye organic chemistry biology for ye organic chemistry ye aha until let's think about that but the chemistry for ye biology de no enfa ye ho ye enim.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm not even interested.
If you look at what we printed out after registration, you will see the courses we are doing there. So when they printed DS2 out, they saw the courses they are doing.
Exactly. And I didn't say you don't need to go and think about this. And I wish I when I'm to say Ubia program the whole about the whole semester about 10 programs. And on my I am a blog. Until within the first blog, five subjects.
Never come on 6.
Practical practical 5. But now five. Let's focus on hours. Now forget chemistry for now. Psychological basis of teaching and learning science. Introduction to organic chemistry. Nature of science. The biology, that is the bacteria. And curriculum teaching in biology. A 5. The practical never 6 this semester.
Okay.
For first block. The second block, for this block, blog we need half of a semester.
Okay.
For the first blog, this program. And I'm very sure say next semester, next blog, you better at work practical and so until like you 5, you 6 and so on. I have 6 and you 6. Let's focus. Group now, Kafu ya Okasa Wumuno, Group now, Kafu Kasa, Kafu in the course rep, Kafu in the biology course rep, biology major. Ono na course rep, so ono na follow, ono na ntienu. Any other person, one matter say Ubia emergency or course rep, platform no so Omo buy a Kafu platform, they are intruders. Into no Kafu in a biology for major, and ono na Ukasa ye the ntienu. And until I say personally, I say when you cafe normal privately, beginning now on TSA, and who here said the other platform so bibinia now I friend cafe privately now in academy I used to call her bibini na mentias ya na my friend privately madam net say one in kasa as your colleague now we up personal there we dey bisa no and at that time no go say cafe onya tampa no wa kasa kama but a platforms now we are papa now I confused. Indeed, Kafui is the biology called rep. No, you follow. The beginning now she has a pick her number, call her. In fact, that girl get a lot. She has a lot of information. Yeah. That's what I say.
Instead of kumi, me also come me kumi.
Okay.
Say I am na your problem more organic compounds.
Okay.
But you explain more than I'm going to be a boy.
I was there no.
Organic maybe I change and I change. In what then I'm going to
I think the Kafui and the team they are planning on a way out into the
Hello.
Oh, what can I say?
Hello.
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 Yes, I can say.
Hello. Biology major. Now we
na one you two who got
biology major, chemistry as your minor. And as a physics major, over chemistry as your minor, but you need a combination of biology and physics.
I know that combination doesn't exist.
Yes. Into you biology as your major, no. Over chemistry as your minor, and minor no over any say. Over biology, your friend say major no the curriculum. The biology curriculum, and ESC214D. And at the time I biology curriculum, no, not chemistry for no so almost chemistry curriculum. Not physics for so you physics curriculum. Yeah, mom said do your friend say to say chemistry organic
and meeting because me some medjani bia me bia amu bia me but your meeting no see say madam
meeting because of say a few other sentence in Tina. Medibato was that there was no meeting. We cannot discuss that meeting on this platform. What you say?
Okay.
Yeah, said the meeting was meant for Cape Coast Center alone. Now Cape Coast Center, no, you creating some problems. As I say, you better resolve those problems, you know. Into you are discussing on a topic into me, you go to one and a banner, secret, into the major platform, other people are involved, you know. And into America say, oh, issue there. Call the course rep directly. Now, any who come over on the rundown. But I say, that was what I said.
But for me, if I told no, Monsieur Senor, no, because I don't want you to because me take time do it. Hey, Bravo, say, you know, I bet you to say, high, say, biology major, chemistry minor, dear. And yes, I was say, get you to a state, it will be irrespective of the center. Oh, Nanka, and so one body.
And it's not coming back as say, we are mostly used to for then. Oh, not a bad
I don't personally, maybe would be in common. Me choose Ghana as my center. Kufu because you'll be a one maybe Kufu more than 50.
Only uses you all.
Me,
only uses you all.
Me, the center, Nankasana, Jana.
The attorney say, after say uses the center, you let her now say organic chemistry no. Or try ya dear or let her you. And I share now say, Uncle my questions be na MY. Or the questions in my no. It was believed say, Yania, you're the my no. Yes, yeah, share questions, you know, they are spread across the breadth and length of the country. And then the authorities, you know, sure, come back so more punish no. Into a ban that now kwa say just say unlawful say let's try to questions be their mind na so you better say you better yeah you better you need be and I remember say you see no na ade no or yeah into your interest bio there na say you kwa you so a you ba ko punish you somebody has said and na all my ati say yes sir
Oh, trust.
aha nti akwakoba say ese say ye delegation na ye kopa ne chew na after your mind the rules and regulations of the program that we are doing because some of us enti ase papa into no eno na ye hu delegation but wa mind ati ase say center bia won a lecturer into enkoba ne say UCC4 there different the same as that of Kaswa Center. Nti em say call no ye curriculum studies na eno na ye nyina ye bom ba ye major no ne eyina aya na eno no different lecturers na ye hu aduma nti wa share wo hwa ne nkomo no na I say ye share information to across boundaries of our study centers and that is unlawful but I tell say anything na akwa man say UCC center nko ye time yes sir.
What was it? Miss was complete, but the senior, you check my uncanny down there, sir, quiet. Sabi, ye nan ye one. Name due to our geographical into the difference of them. And yen bonnet so and your or check one so. Sir, who ye bacteria, mention me ye bacteria. Nti, ọṅụṅụ mum deɛ sɛbi waka nea ɔbɛka awie based on your nneɛma so ate ase but wosu student no wohyɛ because ebi a wohu nti yɛ nyinaa na yɛyɛ one day then one course nti no sɛ ɔbɛyɛ ama mo nko a na yɛ sɛ yɛn ni course wɔn de wia disadvantage ɛnti saa ɛna choosing of the center no sɛ sɛbi na nka nyɛ no bɔ na ɛkwan so. Based on baby, I'm a bang, I'm not making a boy, near yes, and the other end, the other 20 years you. And then a barn say, okay, maybe I'm in far also own far, but is there a baby share necessary? I do with baby. Me, lecture, dear, only online. Wow. Come here, said you, apart from business, you know, the other, you know, this is the minute is a online, online, yeah, and you go to me, main house. At the end, you know, enjoy them plan and
the old Diagana wa brother.
You may grow our own German.
Well, never for me, still I am here. Then I do.
Into being Canwa. I don't know.
I will say, more
times, your platform, lecturers, and also. Into your students, and I say you creating different platforms, you make sure that lecture behind me. So, BB at is share also. Under normal circumstances, lecture be and any question, lecture be a share questions to the man or be a. It is a share questions and the sign of the Mabuna. You manage it on only students' platform and not on the first general platform.
No. Thank you.
I think that is the steps are able
to we all pay the same.
I don't know able to one say ebra or let's now some of us part of majority. Now some of us you decide say obe share slice na and he told us blank say he was not willing to share it. What I say but before I we and one say some of us now yeah quickly in share. Since you are only so and we have been able to share into never do a while. Let's consult ourselves. Rather than say maybe sorry, yes, I remember on my the answer say almost war. According to source interest, the lecturers they have their rules and regulations, the do's and the don't. And to say sure mono mo and you maybe answer so it will go against any student. And in your money do a say a form said you can platform or moon so. What I say? As I say a formal platform or moon so. Now I say you be rely on the lecturers for other assistants. We can rely on ourselves.
And then, Oku mi pacho ebe
Create
ya
group,
na you
create
see
link.
here and then yen create group. Yen create
What
group
join?
see
What joining?
irrespective of your center. Irrespective of your center, so Cape Coast, so work so you yen create here biology chemistry group that's biology major chemistry minor. I know all centers and we yen question. Na say be woku mi wo me no mi oni yin na ya akyerɛkyerɛfo wo kyerɛ de wɔ ayi bi so kyerɛ de wɔ ayi yin na de ɛne mmɔfra bɛkyerɛ bi si ɛne teacher ni bia so ne ɔhwehwɛ firi ne mmɔfra so mmekyɛw I know say bia university nsɛm de a bit different but how could it be say nti wo nya question na question ne kora mpo no does it mean say that question no say na ɛna ɛba
And your question per se, and you when your question per se, like mode of delivery, no? You sit your coffee pictures. Maybe have per se, me won't lecture you put that. But at the end of the day, we all write the same exams. The same school people in it.
I know that them know. I know they use this for na structure is how. Omo na omo structure is how. So you be call lectures face to face. Oh, you available. Maybe I will be able to be join it.
No, that's no, brother.
So what you say?
Abufu aba na sɛ bi menti me wansa aba den yɛ kyerɛ sɛ me ba kwa mbɔ ahwɛ ahom pam sɛ me mfiri mɛmɛ yi sɛ
Oba one dey be ka say o free o ase obi e does no. Yeah, does just say some of the lectures no we are friendly.
Ebia ne yama no normal no sɛ ɔmo yɛ 100 mo ba ya ɛyɛ ɛdeɛ na dan mu ayɛ 150 ɛyɛ hwan ne ni asɔre kɔ fi ma bɔ kapa nsa
now say during the your friends diversity of living lecture and say lectures and say no na yeah what different centers no na your lecture no or
no yeah
majority nti echire kura no ne frɛ ka free and or dey your friend is saying or send slides now letter share no or send the mommy direct personally.
What is that? What is that? Can stop for me?
Our owner before Dr. Abuaji Wamba. Dr. Abuaji Wamba, that's online in Wamba.
It's a bit. One day, you do not have to be one day. You use yeah. Not just we'll lose that for today.
Dr. Abuaji, I don't know the coordinator for the biology program. Dr. Abuaji is the coordinator.
But Saturday one up to now. Saturday one up to now. It's the only I'm joining you. I'm joining you.
And the NSC.
Let's keep on joining, but some of the questions, I am no more platforms where more my misa will be paper or better substitutions and call for Friday. I join it. So you have your course rep in a cafe or mouse spreading information. You can have a private number, of course, or be on a private number. Call her. Bibi now on Tiasia, friend a private contact. Now only no the ending common. Slides be near the best send the amount straight away. I think say no yeah. Or more platforms who say other people are joining pair. No major. Sana say no.
Oh, the video so no kwa esaka yensaka. Na no na me kan say me say mummy video say ya de ne yensaka o mun create your friend say Telegram platform. Say ya na ya dey atoso direct but unfortunately Google Meet we no apart from on my recording no nipa different be to me recording. It me suggest say ko mumba o mun ye no Zoom. Aka Zoom aka me metumi record wa ha. Me record wie na na me dey ama the appropriate person your friend say your platform no so Telegram platform no so and me dey to so a wo ko load wo download wa pe wo do ko we kura say network ni ho kura na wo betumi play actual video I will studies by your friends online no mo to your friends and YouTube no wo ko she we kura na say network ni ho o ye dey no we play
YouTube na chance everybody because me who me make ko be old one
program no ya ma ya ni ambre won ho a ebe ye yi nti o de mo me ye ka time goes on no
mekas ase me obi tu mi asem bi wo yi ni so ma or say you don't know what you are talking about and ama me ye bi sesi ase audio no my record audio no ha class here ne sisi ano me won audio from A to Z e wa ha but me here dey na ma share
Who are say? Senior, who are say?
what me here ne say
Ah, not
okay
a
me
knowledge
as
to
a
be
matter
shared.
of fact
Who are say?
me a photographer into your friend saying sa enyuma we na me nim kwa me fa me ye nti my record e wa ha say your friend say
Senior,
telegram
senior,
page no
who
ho
are say?
I me
Senior,
the phone ya na me record e
phone for now. Who are not phone for down Jana?
da for dan kan me the record opa any o de here tie
Nti eba no sa na one fan sa we phone di wa no ade we phone no dey record
nti your friend say oh yeah say telegram page no ho a anka me send we do to so a masa ehun yen say we pay your friend say eyi bi akwa po ni say wo we ya piece a wo dey ahya wa so wo bo bebi a wo ko bia na wo tie
why smart move create telegram page bi anka your mind
say nye we ni kwa course nipa ayo nipa ya course
photographer
course bi a me ye me wo ni video ni na yi wo ni audio ho
photo
yellow
bibi aye eye pass ye sha ha eye ntino ebe ya wan kasa create telegram
nti
ne
wo dia
photo
pa number mama wo hu pa number mama Festus
yo imiti
wo
photo
number mama bo number mama
0241 me home
I think the end meeting na agire nkomo bi a obi apese odi bia no let me afre
0241 62 30 241 62 62 3756 37
024137
0241 62 3756
623756
no so what's up
0241623756
no
no
so what's
no
up no so what's up
0241
no say no
62 okay it me de wo create your friend saying your friend saying telegram so what telegram what telegram
ani
very good it me be create telegram page me ne wo na me wie na share link no ni o person odwen na we am trust people no wa dwen ni so mo dwen na ye de tuma ya no anu no na your friend say yi
okay best
okay
kokumi ana na
nyame ka ho komodo obi ankodi na yire di ane na obi aso nkonkodi nukunu nhama
kokumi no
eno no
yeah
wudi ni Festus akwa wo hu
no
okay
asi jamaki mi ni pro ni ede ye ho okay sir me da si be ya
men na se
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Kunyanya ngogo. Aya, no biabulo, tafi dara, ishulawa, amigo. Yo kaza kaya uchichila, tafi dawa, ishulawa, no, tafi wala, ishulawa. Chaka, no, don't be a waka, ozera, tafi dara, ishulawa, no, tafi wala, ishulawa, tafi dawa, ishulawa. What are that more? Yada, Usman Kulbaro, Dragon Town, Africa, Ishmael, Africa, Usman Pitu, Adabo, Ausiwa, Alvaro, no Piano, Africa, Ishmael, yes, whatever, find the shadow of Africa, no Diablo, Africa, Ishmael, Salon, Ishmael, the word of Africa, Ishmael, I don't know, I don't want to.